Well, good evening, everybody, all of you, the many thousands of you, and welcome once again to Newark Pilots Baseball. This is Mike Ward, broadcasting live online at NewarkPilots.com, and with special mention to our broadcast partner at Hometown Sports, 1420 WACK. Tonight's game and all home games during the exciting 2015 PGCBL season is being brought to you by McDonald's of Wayne County. You are loving it. Now, excuse me. As always, stick around after the game if the game gets played for tonight's Concord Ford Player of the Game, Concord Ford of Newark, and for the popular Nichols numbers. I'm going to see a otolaryngologist for this problem here. Nothing. Anyway, and for the popular Nichols numbers featuring the final team numbers and line score. Remember, Nichols numbers are brought to you by Nichols Financial Services in Newark, Waterloo, and Sodus. And the game tonight against first place Elmira, big game for the Pilots, especially if they can pull out a win here at home at Colburn Park, is being delayed. There's a large cloud holding rain, thunder, and lightning, all the works up in the sky. They're waiting for that to pass. It may dump some more rain on the field and the surrounding areas. Earlier today, this afternoon, a lot of rain fell here. Not rained out, with doubleheaders piling up on the road from rainouts, piling up at home for the Pilots. It gets tough on the pitching staff, but it's not just on the pitching staff, it's also on the players. Playing two games back-to-back same night takes a lot out of a team. Both teams, you wind up splitting them most of the time. And it's not the way the game was scheduled as meant to be played. So, but what else are you going to do? That's the worst of it, but also the best of it. There's no other solution to what to do when rain cancels so many games. Every once in a while it'll happen, but this season has been unusual. I would dare say that in the past 4 seasons of league existence, this is probably, if not the worst, it's right up there with the worst season for rain and rainouts in the 5-year history of the PGCBL. But we are in a non-rain delay, therefore it is a non-traditional rain delay. There's not much I can add to it. We will continue with the video, I believe. And when the umpires gather, if the cloud cover passes over with no rain, we'll get underway that much sooner. If rain does pour, and according to our sources, the National Weather Service radar indicates that the rain will hit and fall here at Colburn Park and throughout the greater Newark, New York area. So until such time, what I will do, I think, before I let the rain fall, if it does, and leave you to the video, is give you the starting lineups for both teams, and then I'll reset those starting lineups when we return. For the visiting Elmira Pioneers, they will have Justin Hayes leading off in center field. Number 2 from Old Dominion, batting second. In right field, number 8, Rob Petit from Sam Ford University in Connecticut. Sam, S-A-M as in Mary, Sam Ford University. And he's new to the Pioneers roster. So this is his first action he'll see. And apparently some of the roster players for the Pioneers, as happens with most of the PGCBL teams in the league, they'll lose players for one reason or the other. Could be an injury. They don't like sending kids back to their college towns, their college coaches with any kind of injury. If they can possibly help it, can't, of course, but they try to avoid that. Other reasons would be homesickness. It's happened before where a young ball player will miss his sweetheart, and but also maybe married, have a kid, some small family, want to get back home, not getting a lot of playing time. That happens. It's part of life, a slice of life. And also just, for other reasons, whatever they may be. It could be of a personal nature, but it results in rosters losing players here and there as the season wears down to the conclusion. So anyway, getting back to the Elmira Pilots or Pioneers starting lineup. Rob Petit batting second, number 8 in right field, the new player. Batting third, still hitting over 400, leading the league in hitting as he has for most of this season. Number 10, Christian Santisteban from Manhattan College. Batting in the cleanup spot, the catcher tonight for Elmira, number 34, Josh Lovelady from Mississippi State. Batting 5, number 26, the DH tonight for Elmira from Bucknell, Mike Korchak. Batting 6th, in left field, number 6, Dalton Hoyles. He also is new to the Elmira roster. Hoyles goes to Shippensburg University. Batting 7th, number 12 at shortstop, Brian Barefoot. He goes to Louisiana Monroe. Batting 8th at second base tonight for Elmira, number 22, Jordan Bishop from Siena. And batting 9th at third base, number 5, Taylor Hilson from Mansfield of Pennsylvania University. Pitcher tonight for Elmira will be a left-hander from Old Dominion, number 32, Nate Matheson. So we have yet to see him warming up, as the players, especially Elmira, just milling around their dugout, getting loose, having conversations, and sharing a few laughs and just relaxing more or less. Pilots on their side of the field, on the right field side, they are throwing the ball, long toss, a little short toss, just keeping arms and legs loose and so on. Their starting lineup tonight. Leading off in right field, number 22, Blake Valley from the University of San Francisco. His teammate from the University of San Francisco hitting second. In center field, number 5, Kyle Norman. Batting third for the Pilots at shortstop tonight from St. John Fisher College, number 10, Cody Wiktorski. Batting cleanup for the Pilots in left field, and wearing number 13, Mark Martin. Martin goes to Lemoyne College. Batting fifth, DHing for Newark tonight, number 19 from RIT, the Rochester Institute of Technology, Will Gorman. Batting sixth at third base, number 1, Willie Yawn from the University of Connecticut. And interesting story with Willie Yawn, he had been hitting in the 3 spot for most of the season, and just in the last couple of games, 2 or 3 games, he has had his spot in the batting order dropped from 3rd to 6th, and mired in a slump. Willie has seemingly snapped out of it, rising from 225 back up near the 290 mark. He had been hitting over 300 when he was at his hottest. I still recall the game. He tied a Newark Pilots record, a league record, for most hits in a game with 5 consecutive base hits. So he'll hit in the 6th hole. Batting number 7 for the Pilots at first base, number 21, Corey Lurch. He goes to the Central Connecticut State University. Batting 8th, catching tonight, number 14, Gabe Levante from Northeastern University. And batting 9th at second base, number 11 from Columbia University and from the city of Chicago, Kyle Bartleman. Batting 9th, pitching tonight, and a new all-star for the Newark Pilots is number 28, big right-hander, 6 feet 6 inches, from Webster, New York, goes to the University at Buffalo, Logan Harasta. So that takes care of the starting lineups. I'll reset the lineups. When I come back, we will return. But right now we are in a non-traditional rain delay. No rain yet. That all came this afternoon. Still hovering clouds overhead. Whether there will be any rain is pretty much no one's call, because I don't think anyone really knows. But we will come back once that happens or doesn't happen, when the confab at home plate, the tarpaulins have been removed at the pitcher's mound and from around home plate. And the home plate umpire is meeting with both head coaches. Then we will be back, get the lineups reset, and be talking with you then. This is Mike Ward, so for now, enjoy the video. All right, we are back live with live audio, live video as the tarp is coming off the playing field now. Head groundskeeper for the Pilots, Dan Wilkinson, is out there with his chief assistant. What's his name? G. Wild? Oh, G. Wyatt. What's his first name? G? No kidding. Huh. Well, his top assistant, Dan Wilkinson, the head groundskeeper for the Pilots, is G. Wyatt. G is not an abbreviation like the letter G standing for Gary or Gene or something. It actually is his first name, G-E-E, pronounced G. Wyatt. So, squares that up. Fans who have lingered here at the ballpark will be an hour, probably a little bit longer than 1 hour in delay, but the Pilots and the Elmira Pioneers are going to tough this one out and play this game to avoid stacking up another doubleheader here at Pilot Field, not knowing exactly when they'd be able to do that. So the tarpaulins have been removed and are being carried off the field. And I want to welcome you once again to Newark Pilots Baseball. This is Mike Ward broadcasting live online at NewarkPilots.tv, where you can find all the Pilots home games throughout this season and for the remainder of the season, hopefully into the playoffs. As I look at the standings, in advance of the game getting underway, probably in the next 5, maybe 10 minutes from now, in the East Division, Amsterdam walking away with the division title. They lead by 8 full games with a 26-7 record over Mohawk Valley. And then Glens Falls is in third place, 9.5 games behind. Albany and Saugerties round out the Eastern Division. In the West Division, Elmira has a comfortable 4-game lead with a 23-12 mark. They lead Victor. The amazing Rail Riders, first year in the league, but not so amazing as you might think. In the Pilots' first season, in the inaugural season for the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League, the Pilots not only won their division as a first-year team, but they won the whole dang thing. They won the championship, first ever to win a championship at the PGCBL, so that's a distinction that Newark will always have. But as things stand now, Victor is 4 games out in second place, and the 1-2 teams are pretty much comfortable where they are. And then Utica and Newark are battling it out for the third spot. Top 3 teams in each division will make the playoffs with a chance at advancing into the championship game, best of 3. Utica leads the Pilots by 1 game in third place now with a 14-19 record. The Brewers are 8 games behind first place Elmira, and then Newark with a record of 12-19. They have 2 fewer wins, but they played 2 fewer games, so they have 2 games in hand, which as these games head toward the end of the regular season might play in the Pilots' favor. But with double headers on the road and at home here at Colburn Park, you're looking at a lot of split, 1-for-1 type of results. Not always, but it happens more times than not. Over 75% of the time, doubleheaders are split, 1 win apiece. Pilots are 9 games out of first place, just a game out of third behind Utica. The Adirondack Trailblazers are in last place, 11 games out in the West Division. So that's where things stand there. Let's check out the starting lineups once again. If you missed the starting lineups before we took the break, waiting for the rain delay to stop. Manager Chris Haynes of the Pilots is asking for some. What did Chris Haynes? What was he looking for? Hey, Coop. What did Chris want? Okay. So just a little bit longer delay. Logan Harasta, the starting pitcher for the Pilots tonight, is going to be a little longer as he needs to warm up in complete fashion. I don't think any of these ball players really thought that tonight's game was going to be played. It had been raining all afternoon, at least a good bit of it, and raining very hard. So there was some puddles, and that's when the tarpaulin was laid down. Then the rain stopped. Sun tried to muscle its way through the clouds. But then another front came blowing in, another rain front, and that dumped a little bit more rain. It's still raining. It's really in the drizzle fashion. I don't think it would be considered raining too hard, but the clouds have just hovered above, and they really haven't moved much. So I don't think, as I mentioned, either team and their players, coaches, even the umpires thought that this game was going to become a reality and be played tonight, probably made up as another doubleheader. But here we are, an hour later, and the game hasn't started yet, but looks like we're ready to go. Thankfully, Dan Wilkinson, the head groundskeeper for the Pilots, who, as I've mentioned earlier in previous games, he was the lead groundskeeper for the Baltimore Orioles. Back at the time when Camden Yards was being built, when it was new in its first 2 or 3 years, Dan Wilkinson from Lyons, New York, just a short 6-7 mile pull east of Newark, New York, was the man who put that field in impeccable condition, which it still is. In fact, I understand he may still be under contract with the Orioles on a consultation basis, but his regular work as a groundskeeper is here at Colburn Park, and of course it's been argued a little bit, but really not much contention, that Colburn Park has the finest playing service in the entire PGCBL. Doesn't matter where you are, what team, and what place they're in, Colburn Park is considered tops in the league, and that has everything to do with Dan Wilkinson's ability as a groundskeeper. But he had the foresight to lay the lines, the first and third base lines, the batter's boxes, and so on, down before this latest round of rain came. So that doesn't have to be done. That has already been taken care of. So whenever the pitchers are ready and they feel they've warmed up properly, then we'll get this game underway. So let's check out the starting lineups. First with the visiting Elmira Pioneers. Leading off in center field, number 2, Justin Hayes from Old Dominion. Batting second in right field, number 8 from Samford University, Rob Pertete. Batting third at first base, number 3, the league's number 1 hitter, as he has been all season long, number 10, Christian Santisteban from Manhattan College. Batting in the cleanup spot, catching tonight for the Pioneers, number 34, Josh Lovelady from Mississippi State. Batting fifth, DH tonight, number 26, Mike Korchak from Bucknell. Batting sixth and playing left field, number 6, Dalton Hoyles, another new ball player on the Pioneers roster starting tonight. He and Rob Pertete are both new to the ball club. Hoyles goes to Shippensburg University. Batting seventh at shortstop, number 12, Brian Barefoot from Louisiana Monroe. Batting eighth and playing second base, number 22, Jordan Bishop from Siena. And batting ninth at third base, number 5 from Mansfield University, Taylor Hilson. Pitching for Elmira tonight, left-hander Nate Matheson, number 32, and he goes to Old Dominion. So that takes care of the Pioneers starting lineup. And now moving to the hometown, Newark Pilots. Leading off in right field, number 22, Blake Valley from the University of San Francisco. Batting second, center field, number 5, Kyle Norman. He also is from the University of San Francisco. And we are now getting the very light rendition of the national anthem. Not sure that can actually be audible, so I'll continue giving the starting lineups. What is Leslie looking for? What does she want? Oh, she wants to turn up the volume. There you go. Now, maybe you can hear the national anthem. If I can... What the hell? Jesus. Hey, how's it going? Find the hot spot tonight. Just carry on the way. Alrighty, that takes care of that. The national anthem as sung by Carrie Underwood and recorded from the 2006 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. And how appropriate, huh? Tonight, the 2015 Major League Baseball All-Star Game being played in Cincinnati at the Great American Ballpark. And for those of you who have sacrificed or are watching the All-Star Game on TV and watching your son play baseball for either the Pilots or Elmira, good for you. You just can't get enough baseball. All-Star Game for the PGCBL is coming up this coming Monday, July 20th from Mohawk Valley. Their home field, Veterans Memorial Park in Little Falls, about a 25-minute drive or so east of Utica. So we, with time available during tonight's ball game, I'll try to squeeze in the rosters for at least the hometown Pilots. There were 6 Pilots to make the All-Star game, and I believe as many Elmira Pioneers to make it. Continuing on with the Newark Pilots starting lineup, batting third, shortstop number 10, Cody Wiktorski from St. John Fisher. Batting fourth, number 13 in left field, Mark Martin from Lemoyne College. Batting fifth, number 19, the DH for the Pilots, Will Gorman from RIT. Batting sixth, at third base, number 1, Willie Yawn from the University of Connecticut. Batting seventh, at first base, number 21, Corey Lurch from Central Connecticut State University. Batting eighth, number 14, Gabe Levante, catching tonight from Northeastern University. And batting ninth, number 11, Kyle Bartleman, second baseman from Columbia University. Pitching tonight for the Pilots, 6'6" right-hander Logan Harasta comes into the game with a 2-0 mark and a 2.09 earned run average. He's one of the 6 Pilots to make the PGCBL All-Star Game this year. So he'll take on the leadoff hitter for the Pioneers, Justin Hayes. First pitch of the ball game is up high for ball 1. Justin Hayes plays center field for Elmira. Pitch from the left side. A sort of diminutive ball player in the 5'7", 5'8" range. Next pitch by Harasta. Good hard fastball, but again a little bit high. Ball 2. 2-0 the count. Harasta take a little time, get into the groove of his tempo. Next pitch is right across, hard to the plate at the knees for strike 1 call. 2 balls and a strike. Leadoff hitter is Justin Hayes. He'll be followed by Rob Petit And then leading hitter in the PGCBL, Christian Santisteban. The next pitch is up high and outside for ball 3. 3 balls and a strike on the left-handed hitter, Justin Hayes. Nobody on, just underway here in the top of the first inning. Now we're so late due to the rain. Pitch is in there for call strike 2 to bring the count full 3-2 on the leadoff hitter, Justin Hayes. Working the count here against Logan Harasta. Big right-hander into the windup. The 3-2 pitch is way up high. Ball 4. So on the 3-2 pitch, Hayes draws a base on balls and jogs on to first base. Rob Petit steps in, another left-handed hitter for the Pioneers, and he is a replacement player in the sense that the Pioneers lost a player, had a roster spot to fill, and they have filled it. At least one of the two they had with Rob Petit. Petit gets the start in right field tonight. Where's number 8? Arasta checking the base runner. Justin Hayes, good speed at first base. Drops a curveball in over the plate, but high for ball 1. So the count is 1 ball, no strikes. Santisteban on deck. So Harasta may be in the process of working himself and the Pilots into a jam here to get things going. Top of the first. Fastball up high, ball 2. So quickly behind in the count, 2-0. Hayes takes a medium lead on at first base. See if sacrifice might be on. 2-0 count. Pitch is popped up. Back behind third base. Willie Yon calling for it. He's there, and he makes the play. So the pop-up goes to Willie Yon. A big first out here in the top of the first inning. On the pop-out to Willie Yon. Didn't quite make it out of the infield. So there's 1 away here in the top of the first inning. And here's Santisteban. The Manhattan Jasper, another left-handed stick, big slugger, hitting .414 coming into tonight's ball game, leading the PGCBL. High fastball, there goes Hayes, throw to second base, gets away and under the glove of Cody Wiktorski. So Hayes will get credit for the stolen base, and it's hard to say whether he would have beaten the throw had Wiktorski been able to hold on to it. But that's all in a moot area now. So Hayes is on at second base with 1 away. 1-0 count on Santisteban. The pitch is lashed out into right field. It drops in for a base hit. Hayes takes a turn at third base and holds on. So Christian Santisteban continues his hot hitting all season long. He's been the man. Top of the league in hitting, and he continues to scald the baseball. So now things are set up for the first place Pioneers. Runners on first and third. Only 1 away, and Josh Lovelady steps in, first right-handed hitter that pitcher Logan Harasta's had to face thus far. Cleanup hitter and the Pioneer catcher. Stretched by Harasta. His pitch is a fastball in for strike 1 call. So no balls in a strike. Number 34. On deck is the DH, Mike Korchak. As Harasta comes set. Now he steps off the mound. Backs off the rubber. Resets on the signs. Gabe Levante catching Harasta tonight. Stretch. The pitch by Harasta. Swung on a miss on a changeup. So he pulled a string on him a little bit. So no balls, 2 strikes on Lovelady. Now if Harasta can come back on Lovelady, get a big out, nothing like a strikeout here. Keep the runners where they are. That would be huge. Kind of a chopping swing. That is sent down the right field line, foul. So the count holds at no balls, 2 strikes on Lovelady. 1 down here. We're in the top of the first inning. Cloudy night here at Colburn Park. Harasta's pitch is up high, ball one. So Harasta doing the wise thing, well ahead in the count, trying to get Lovelady to chase a pitch out of the strike zone. See if he can't get him out on strikes. Hit a weak ground ball somewhere. Keep the runners where they are. The pitch outside, trying to steal is Santisteban, and he's in there with a stolen base. As the throw from Levante was not accurate. It was high and wide of the mark. As Bartleman at second base made the tag, but Santisteban had taken that base almost unchallenged by Logan Harasta. So now there are runners at second and third. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. As Santisteban dusting himself off down at second base, getting a timeout. Count is 1 ball, 2 strikes on Lovelady. Base open now with Korchak on deck. Pioneer DH. Harasta's pitch. A slow chopper hit to third. Yawn checks the base runner, Hayes, and throws him out at first base. So a big out there for the Pilots. Logan Harasta getting Lovelady to hit a slow chopping ground ball to Willie Yawn and be scoring that 5-3. Runners hold at second and third. 2 men down now. And here's the Pioneer DH, Mike Korchak. Another left-handed hitter stepping in. He's on top of the plate, very close to the line, the inside line of the batter's box. Takes a fastball in for called strike one. Dalton Hoyle's on deck, the left fielder for the Pioneers. So Harasta has now gotten the rhythm. Little pitches outside and high for ball one. 1 ball and a strike. Runners on second and third. Logan Harasta pitching himself out of this jam. Just a short pull away. Swings and misses. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the left-handed hitting Mike Korchak. Where's number 26? Elmira's DH tonight. 1-2 the count. 2 men down. No score yet. We're just underway in the top half of the first inning. An hour later than normal. With rain, we had a delay of about an hour. Next pitch is line into right center field. That's a base hit. 2 runs are going to score as Hayes comes in to score and Santisteban to follow on the 2-out, 2-run base hit by DH Mike Korchak. And the Pioneers take a 2-0 lead. So it came down to 2 outs and ahead in the count, and Harasta could not put away Korchak. So quickly, Elmira's up by a 2-0 count here in the top of the first inning. Dalton Hoyle steps in now, right-hand hitter. Takes a pitch on the outside corner. Quickly strike 1. Hoyle's left fielder wears number 6. A little deeper in the batter's box, not crowding the plate. Next pitch is low, outside, ball 1. Evens the count at 1 ball and a strike. Runner aboard first is Mike Korchak. Base hit, 2 RBIs. Next pitch is on the outside part of the plate, strike 2, and Levante quickly throwing to first base to Corey Lurch, but it was wide of first, and Korchak able to get back without any problem. So the count now 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 down. Top 1, stretched by Harasta. Webster native, pitch is over at the knees, cut the plate in 2, strike 3, and you're out. So the Pioneers get out on top with 2 runs. They had 2 hits, a walk, 1 runner left. So at the end of 1/2 inning of play, the Elmira Pioneers 2, the Pilots coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning, and you're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
Financial Services. There to help you protect your family with auto, homeowners, recreational vehicle, life, and commercial insurance products. Homegrown and part of your community. They have over 30 years experience. It's never too early to plan, protect, and save. Do it all with the people you can trust. Online at NicholsFinancialServices.com or stop by the office in Newark, Seneca Falls, and Sodus. Great rates, great service for a lifetime.
Magnum Auto Parts of Elmira is your Napa Know-How Auto Parts store. Whether it's a part for your car, truck, or SUV, foreign or domestic, Magnum Auto Parts has the part. They also carry parts for your lawn and garden tractor. Magnum Auto Parts also makes hydraulic hoses. Stop in and pick up this month's flyer for specials of the month. Magnum Auto Parts, Route 31, West Elmira. 315-597-4854. That's 315-597-4854.
All right, we are back live from Colburn Park. Looks like the skies are breaking apart, fragmenting now. The cloud cover seems to have dissipated a little bit, and it has stopped raining anyway. So that was the predicted forecast that allowed the game to be played tonight. So it's an hour later than it was scheduled. Scheduled first pitch, 7:05. We got underway right around 8:05, so it'll be a late night for a lot of us, the ball players in particular, and hopefully you listening at NewarkPilots.tv. So we have, talking about delays here with rain, we've got another delay, though it has nothing to do with rain, as the Elmira contingent of infielders, looks like we've got the catcher, and we've got the first baseman, and the third baseman talking to Nate Matheson, left-handed starting pitcher for Elmira, and I have pretty much no idea at all why the timeout has taken place, but I do see a Newark player, Anthony Spina, hustling over to the Newark dugout, carrying his athletic bag, and tossing that. Now, I don't know, maybe they're looking for a supply of batting helmets. Oh, well, isn't that nice? So, reminds me of that Thurman Thomas. Remember Thurman Thomas for the Bills? Couldn't find his helmet at the beginning of the Super Bowl against Washington when they played up at Minneapolis, up at the Humphrey Dome. Metrodome back, God, how many years ago was that? But one of the 4 consecutive Super Bowls, and not quite to the embarrassing level that was, but the Pilots short of batting helmets. So Spina saves the day, and Blake Valley steps in for the Pilots. Top of the order, bottom of the first, 2-0, Elmira leading. Nate Matheson, left-hander, fires a fastball outside, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Kyle Norman, then Cody Wiktorski to follow. Matheson into the windup. His 1-0 is outside and low, ball 2. 2-0 the count. Eddie Collins calling balls and strikes tonight. And the bases with Scarasoni. That's Jim Salamone. My bad. It's Jim Salamone. Next pitch is outside for ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. So Matheson getting off to a, little wild start. Pitch is on the outside part of the plate. So the count now is 3 balls and 1 strike. The Pioneers looking to answer right here in the bottom of the first, down by 2. Matheson, slow worker. He is 3-1 in the dirt. Ball 4, and Blake Valley sprints down to first base. So on the leadoff walk for the Pilots, they get things going here. Nobody out, and Kyle Norman stepping in for the Newark Pilots. Norman, one of the 6 Pilots to be called into the All-Star game. And that'll be next Monday at Little Falls at Veterans Memorial Park where the Diamond Dogs play. Norman hitting .320, second on the Pilots in batting average. Right-handed hitter. Where's number 5? Valley takes a lead off first base. First pitch is high and away for ball 1. Pilots have 3 of their players above, regular players above 300. Mark Martin, Kyle Norman, and Will Gorman all above 300. And then Willie on close behind, and Cody Wiktorski. High fly ball to left field. Slipping on the outfield grass is the left fielder. That's the new left fielder for the Elmira Pioneers, Dalton Hoyles. He recovered to get the ball, which flew over his head. And how are they going to rule on that?
You're about 2 pitches behind is all you are, which is normal.
Okay.
Okay? Just want to let you know. It's not affecting our stream.
Okay. Alrighty. So, runners on second and third for the Pilots, and a chance to tie things up right away. Nobody out. Nate Matheson on the mound, left-hander for Elmira. In trouble here. Blake Valley on at third base, and on at second on the 2-base hit is Kyle Norman. That's an error? Yeah, he did put a glove on it, though, did he? No, he didn't. It got over his head. He slipped. Really? All right. They defy my eyes. Damn my eyes. So they say that Kyle Norman got on second, not by virtue of a double, but on the error by Dalton Hoyles. He slipped on the outfield grass. Grass is definitely wet due to the rain today and this evening, but apparently the ball hit off the end of Hoyle's glove and got behind him. So that would go as an error on the left fielder, an E7. But any which way we go here, getting those runs back are the key thing. Cody Wiktorski at the plate with a count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big right-handed hitter, playing shortstop. And let's see, Wiktorski is at 296. Base hit means he's over 300, and he's got a couple of RBI. Good position for him here in the bottom of the first inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Still a little drizzle falling down, but very light. Here's the wind and the deal. It's hit in the air to short right field. Coming on is Pertit. He makes the catch. And he fires in on the tag, diving across the plate is Valley, but he is out of there. He is out at the plate. It looked like he had beaten the tag, but apparently home plate umpire Eddie Collins saw things differently and called Valley out. It was a nice tag at the plate by Lovelady. Lovelady, also an All-Star in this year's All-Star PGCBL All-Star game come Monday night. But looked from here that he had beaten the tag, but they called him out. So the count on the scoreboard holds at Elmira 2 and the Pilots nothing. 2 down now. A break for the Pioneers. First pitch to Mark Martin is high and away for a ball. Ball 1, the count. Score that one 9-2, by the way. A nice throw coming in from right field, but still looked like it was a little bit tardy as it reached home plate. Next pitch is up high for ball 2. So Matheson, a little while to start things off here, but he's had a little good fortune having a call go his way that really another umpire, another situation, might have had a call the other way. 2 balls, no strikes to count. On deck is Will Gorman. 2 men down. Pirates need to answer here if they possibly can. Matheson comes set. The pitch is dribbled foul down the third baseline. Fouled away. 2 balls and a strike now. Mark Martin, he is the leading hitter for the Pilots. Martin, 322, a couple of percentage points ahead of Kyle Norman, although Norman flied out to right. Did not get credit for the sac fly, unfortunately, so his average dipped a little bit. Pitches in the dirt, so it'll be ball 3, and Kyle Norman able to take third base on the wild pitch. So put Norman on third base on a wild pitch by Nate Matheson. So things slowing down here for a moment as Martin adjusts his uniform. 3-1 the count. Norman leads off at third base. Pitches high and away, ball 4. So second walk issued by Matheson here in the bottom of the first inning. And Will Gorman steps in now. Will Gorman, big left-handed hitter, 6'3". Gorman just entered the 300 batting average territory for the Pilots in his last game, as he had a couple of base hits, now hitting at 311. He's also tied for he hit a home run, so he is the team leader in home runs with 3 as of his last ball game. Stretch by Matheson is inside. That's ball 1. Now Matheson is using up a lot of his pitch count in the first inning, as he's walked 2 Pilots so far. Interestingly, he has not allowed a base hit, but the Pilots have not been able to score. Down 2-0 in the first. Next pitch is low in the dirt. Nice block by Lovelady to keep the ball in front of him, and no advancement by the base runners. 2-0 count on Gorman. On deck is Willie Yon. Pilots looking to answer with at least 1 run. Kyle Norman on third. He'll score easily on a base hit. Pitch on the outside corner for strike 1 call. 2-1 now. Number 19, left-handed slugger for the Pilots. You get a hold of one, he can send it a long way. He led RIT's Tigers in long balls during his sophomore season. Now fouls one away. Back over the third base grandstand. So the count evens up here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 men down. Bottom of the first. Pilots have runners on the corners. Stretch by Matheson. Gorman is set at the plate. Matheson taking his time to pitch. Change up curve. Caught him looking. Pulled a string on him, and that's out number 3. And that'll end the first inning. The Pilots do threaten, but they do not score. So they left a couple of base runners on. No hits in the inning. And at the end of 1 full inning of play here at Colburn Park, the Pioneers lead the Pilots 2-0. And you're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.tv.
It's spring loan season at LNB. Time to turn your crash pad into a cash pad. Get a 15-year home equity loan with no closing costs for as low as 3.4% APR. Plus, with LNB, you'll enjoy the hometown advantage. Friendly, personalized service from financial specialists you can trust. Unlock your home's equity today. Learn more at bankwithlnb.com.
It's all about people.
Some restrictions apply. Equal housing lender.
Get the best price on lawn and garden supplies at the Walmart Garden Center, Route 31 in Newark. Whether maintaining your lawn and garden or entertaining guests out on the patio, Walmart's selection of lawn and garden equipment has got you covered. You'll find everything you need, including mulch, flowers, better quality plants, and all the gardening tools and accessories you'll need. Walmart's great selection of lawn and garden equipment is tailored to match your needs and won't cost a bundle. Stock up on lawn and garden equipment and supplies at Walmart Supercenter, Route 31 Newark. Walmart, save money, live better.
And we return live at Colburn Park tonight. Featured game, Elmira Pioneers, the West Division's #1 team, coming into town to take on the Newark Pilots, and taking a quick 2-0 lead with 2 runs in the top of the first inning. Pilots failed to score in their half of the first. They certainly gave a go at it. They had a good opportunity to tie the game and possibly go ahead, but they just couldn't push the run across. There was a questionable call in there. First pitch is hit hard back to Harasta, fields it, and flips it underhand to Lurch at first for out number 1. A heck of a play by the big, long drink of water out in the mound, Logan Harasta. Ball hit like a shot right back at him. He got his glove and part of it looked like his shin on the ball, and then chased the ball down as it headed toward the first baseline, picked it up, and flipped it just in time to Corey Lurch at first to get Brian Barefoot, the leadoff hitter this inning for the Pioneers. So score at 1-3. First pitch to Jordan Bishop, the second baseman for the Pioneers, up high for a ball. Number 9 hitter Taylor Hilson on deck. Try to read my own writing. Pitches in for Steve Rag, one called. Good hard fastball by Logan Arasta. All 6 feet 6 inches into that pitch. Count is even at 1-1. Pitch is sliced back and just off the end of the backstop screen. So that's out of play. 1-2 the count. 1 down, top of the second inning here at Colburn. Next pitch is another fastball called strike 3. And I mean, he was overmatched. I'm talking Bishop on the Harrison fastball. That pitch was right over the heart of the plate. So there are 2 up and 2 down. Second strikeout for Harrison tonight. And the number 9 hitter in the Pioneer lineup, Taylor Hilson, steps in. Takes a pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Hilson, the third baseman for Elmira. And this will be the first time through, the completion of the first time through for the Pioneers against Harasta. Next pitch is outside the strike zone for ball 2. Top of the order, Justin Hayes on deck. Pitch is hit in the air to right field. Going back is the right fielder, Valley. And he drifts under it to make the catch and retire the side. The Pioneers go 3 up and 3 down. Nobody left. And at the end of 1 1/2 innings of play, the Pioneers 2 and Newark nothing. You are listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
At Tradition Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC and Tradition Chevrolet Buick, we know trust isn't given, it's earned. That's why we will do whatever it takes to earn your trust. You can trust in our tradition of total customer satisfaction and saving you thousands. And now you get more than ever before with the Tradition difference, including our price match guarantee, plus reimbursement for towing, emergency roadside assistance, tire replacement, and so much more. Trust in the Tradition difference today at Tradition Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC and Tradition Chevrolet Buick.
This June, Colburn Automotive Supply, your participating Napa Auto Parts store, is jam-packed with savings. Just $1.99 gets you to Scott Shop Towels on a roll, a 12-ounce bottle of Max Concentrated Injector Cleaner, or a 12-ounce can of Max Carb, Choke, and Throttle Body Cleaner. All just $1.99 each. Plus, Dad with Love and Evercraft 30-piece, 1/4 and 3/8 inch drive sockets. It's on sale for just $17.99. Stop by Colburn Automotive Supply in Newark or Lyons today.
And we are back. Good to have you online at NewarkPilots.com for tonight's ball game, featuring the visiting Elmira Pioneers and their #1 ball club, #1 in the PGCBL Western Division, here at Colburn Park in Newark, New York. Home ball field and the best of them for the Newark Pilots. Pilots down in this one, 2-0. And the Pilots battling for a third place finish in the West Division to qualify them for the playoffs. Willie Yon to lead it off, right-handed hitter, dropping down into the 6 hole, has helped him boost his average by more than 50 points. So that seems to have worked out rather nicely. First pitch to him is foul tip back on the screen. So quickly, there's a strike one call on Willie Yon. It'll be Willie Yon, followed by Corey Lurch, and then Gabe Levante. And then the number 9 hitter, Bartleman, to follow. We get that far, bouncing foul, rolling down the third baseline. Have an early score in the Major League All-Star game with the American League leading the Nationals at Cincinnati's Great American Ballpark. Home run by Mike Trout of the Anaheim Angels. Next pitch is bounced in the dirt, but Willie Yon chases the pitch and misses for strike 3. Now that's the second strikeout for Elmira starting pitcher, left-handed Nate Matheson. So one up and one away here in the bottom of the second inning, and Corey Lurch steps in, another right-handed hitter, and Levante and Bartleman. Matheson trying to settle into even tempo, find his control. First pitch is outside, ball 1-0. Corey Lurch getting a start at first base for Kevin Biondic, who normally is starting as the Pilots' first baseman. Of course, Biondic hitting at 145. Maybe that has something to do with it. Lurch at 245 coming into tonight's ball game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch a little bit low. Ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Only one away here in the bottom of the second inning. Pilots looking to get some base runners and chip away at this 2-0 lead. They certainly would like to answer, at least run here, run there, to keep things close and not get behind in a big way and then have to mount a huge rally to get back in it. Pitch is low. Did he go around? Looked like he held up as home plate umpire Eddie Collins goes to the base umpire Jim Salamone to see if Lurch had gone around, but a safe call given. 3-1 count. Pitch is cut on and missed. Strike 2. Full count now on Lurch. Where's number 21? See what Lurch has done here. Hits 245, 24 games, 49 at bats, 12 hits, 4 RBI. He's got 2 doubles, the rest singles. Next pitch is way outside. So, third walk given up by Nate Matheson of the Pioneers. He hasn't been hurt by the base on balls yet, but they have a way of catching up and causing some problems at one point or the other. See if the Pilots can take advantage now. Gabe Levante steps in for the Pilots. Pilots catcher tonight. Right-handed hitter wears number 14. Bartleman, Kyle Bartleman from Columbia U. Chicago native, Chicagoland kid. Waiting on the on-deck circle. Here's the pitch to Levante. First pitch to him is low and tight for ball 1. 1-0 the count. Runner on first is Corey Lurch. 1 away here, bottom of the second inning. 2-0 Elmira leads. Pitch is outside, ball 2, 2-0. So Matheson, since the beginning, has had trouble with his control. Seems to be missing. More outside and low than up high and tight. Here's the 2-0. Bounces that one in the dirt, and on his way to second is Corey Lurch. He'll make it standing without a throw and on the wild pitch by Matheson. The Pilots have a runner in scoring position on at second base. Chance now to capitalize and try to bring home a base runner, get themselves on the board, down by only 2. Pitch is bouncing on the plate, ball 4. So 4 straight pitches, second straight walk, and Levante is on at first base with a free pass. So a lot of what you would call unforced errors here. 4 walks already given up by Nate Matheson. Left-handed pitcher for Elmira. He allowed 2 walks in the first inning, and he's allowed 2 walks here in the second inning. Now left-handed hitting, Kyle Bartleman stepping in there. Bartleman, a big moment for him if he can come through. 1 away, top of the order with Blake Valley waiting in the on-deck circle. 1 down. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Pitch is outside for ball 1. I think Matheson thought maybe home plate umpire Collins was giving him the squeeze play, as it was a close pitch, but called ball 1. 1-0. Matheson works deliberately, takes his time. His next pitch looked like that bounced in the dirt as well, and the count now 2-0. 6 straight pitches out of the strike zone, make it 7 because he did walk Lurch on a 2-strike pitch. So let's see if he can continue his rally of pitches out of the strike zone. 2-0 pitch is wrapped into right field for a base hit. The bases will be loaded as a seeing eye single just past the Pioneer second baseman, Jordan Bishop. So the runners are on first, second, and third for the Pilots, as Corey Lurch on at third. Pilots manager Chris Haynes realizes that Lurch is not a speed merchant, so he held him there at third base, just to be on the careful side, keeping the bases now loaded with Pilots. You've got Lurch at third, and you've got Gabe Levati at second, Kyle Bartleman on at first base. 1 away, top of the order, now right-handed hitting Blake Valley. Matheson's pitch is up high for ball 1. So, first hit of the night for the Pilots, Kyle Bartleman. And now time is called as Matt Birch, the manager for the Pioneers, takes a slow walk really out to the pitcher's mound as he confabs with his entire infield. Let's see if he'll do a survey out there. What do you think? He's saying to the third baseman. Now he turns to the first baseman. And you, sir, what do you think we should do? And then he looks at the catcher and says, yes, do you think he still has it? And then Nate Matheson turns and says, yes, coach, I do. Leave me in. Please leave me in. Well, let's see now. The home plate umpire, Eddie Collins, has come out there. He's involved in it. I think he wanted to be included in the survey. Finally, things break up. Birch is going to leave Matheson out there. Well, as it is, he has no one warming up, so that makes sense. Eddie Collins took his time about breaking up the party out there, and finally things are broken apart. It's not that the game is only an hour delayed, but come on now. So, with the bases loaded, 1 away, and let's see if Kyle Norman is still awake here, or I should say Blake Valley is still awake. The pitch is fouled away down the right field line and out of play. Bases loaded with Pilots. Blake Valley walked and got as far as third base in the first inning. Right fielder for the Pilots. Count is even at 1-1. See if the Pilots can capitalize now on all this wildness by Matheson. Next pitch is away outside. Ball 2-1. Kyle Norman on deck, and then Cody Wiktorski. So the Pilots really are in position to do some considerable damage if they can get the base hit now with the runners in scoring position. Up high, way high actually, and out of the strike zone. So the count now is 3-1. Now there is a place to put Valley. That would be first base, but no place to put Corey Lurch on third. He would have to score. So there's a pitch that cuts the plate in two, so strike two, full count. as Valley taking all the way. Count is full now on him. Looking to work his way on with a walk. Now he's going to have to square up and man up with the bases loaded. Full count on Valley, the pitch. Hit in the air to right field, drops in for a base hit. 1 run will score station to station as Corey Lurch trots home with the first Pilot run of the ball game. Levante takes third, Bartleman is at second, and Valley on at first with the RBI single. So, 2 base hits now for the Pilots, back-to-back hits. 4 walks given up by Matheson. And he's out there breaking a mighty sweat, but wouldn't you? He's thrown an awful lot of pitches in just a short period of time. An inning and a third of work. And I just can imagine how high the pitch count is with only an inning and a third pitched. Another pitch way out of the strike zone. So Kyle Norman stepping in. Ball 1 the count. Norman reached on an error by the left fielder his last time up. But he was left stranded in the first inning, so 1 run is in. The base is loaded, bottom 2. Next pitch is on the outside part of the plate, mighty close. Ball 1, 1-1. With Torski on deck for the Pilots. Kyle Norman coming into the game tonight, hitting .320. Norman has shown not great long distance power, but he has some gap power. Now would be a time for one of those gappers, fouled away, drifting back over the first base grandstand and out into the concession area. So the count now moves up 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 down, bottom of the second inning. Pilots down by just a run now. They trail Elmira 2-1. Cody Wiktorski's got that look in the on-deck circle. He is looking for an ups here, do a little damage. See if Norman can come through. The pitch is hit high in the air to right field. Petit is drawing in under it now. A shallow fly ball and an easy out. Too shallow to score the runner from third, Gabe Levante, as there are 2 away. So Norman now 0 for 2 in tonight's ball game. Couldn't get it deep enough to get that run home, the tying run home from third base. So the score holds 2-1 with Elmira on top, and here's Wiktorski. Cody in the first inning flew out to the right fielder, 0 for 1 in tonight's ball game. Mark Martin on deck, cleanup hitter for the Pilots. Wiktorski, a slender, tall right-handed hitter, takes outside for ball 1, and once again Nate Matheson has trouble finding the plate, getting behind in the count. So far the Pilots haven't fully capitalized, just chipping in a run. Sooner or later though, there's going to be one driven hard. Next pitch is outside part of the plate. That one was a little bit questionable. Ball 1, or strike 1, ball 1, strike 1, with 2 men down now in the bottom of the second inning. Pilots looking to tie this thing up. Waited long enough. Let's see him capitalize. Here we go. The 1-1. Bounced foul at the plate and dribbles down toward the coaching's box at third base, where the count is 1-2 on him. Cody Wiktorski. Hungry at the plate. Nate Matheson trying to pitch his way out of a tight spot. Bases loaded. Let that quiet me before the storm here. Let's see what happens on the 1-2 pitch. Foul back. Count holds 1-2. Wiktorski had a mighty swing at that one. Looked like he was all on it, but just got under it. So the count remains 1-2. Martin waits in the on-deck circle. And I will officially say that the rain has stopped. What little there was drizzling of it. So here's the 1-2 pitch again from Matheson. Inside and low, gets away from Lovelady. But the Pioneer catcher quickly darts after it and keeps it in front of him close to the home plate area, so no advance. Count now is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 men down here in the bottom of the second inning. Newark needing a victory here, needing a victory over the first place team and a rival historically over the 4+ years in the existence of the teams and the league. Here's the stretch and the pitch. A changeup is way outside. Running the count full now, and here we go again. Nate Matheson has somehow managed to wriggle free from jams, and halfway good call now and again. I hope I'm... Cody fouls it away down the third baseline as he was a little out in front of that one. Get a little bit more cord here.
It's right around the corner.
No. Well, but you got no cord here. Because if that falls, hopefully that'll work there. All right. So we got a full count now, 2 down. 2-1 score. Home team looking to tie things up. Cody Wiktorski now steps out. Gets time. Get a score on that All-Star game. Thank you. Nate Matheson trying to pitch his way out of it. Line drive, fair ball on the third base line. 2 runs will score. The Pilots have tied the game up and have taken the lead. So in to score the tying run for the Pilots on the big hit by Wiktorski, Kyle Bartleman, and the go-ahead run crossing in the person of Gabe Levante. So the score now, Newark 3 and Elmira 2. And if these stands were filled with Pilot fans, they'd be going crazy right now. You can almost use your imagination to realize. 3-2 now, the Pilots lead with a 3 spot here in the second. Knew it all along. The Pilots would sooner or later capitalize on the wild pitching by starting Pioneer pitcher Nate Matheson. So Wiktorski with a RBI, 2 RBI single. Or a double, I should say. Let me reset that. His 4th double on the year. And Blake Valley on at third base. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike to the cleanup hitter, Mark Martin. Matheson into the windup. His pitch is a little bit high. Ball 2, 2-1. Will Gorman is on deck. And Martin is the 8th Pilot hitter to come up in this inning. So if Gorman gets his ups, boom, they bat it around. Let's see what happens now. The count at 2-1. 2 men down, 3-2 Pilots. The pitch, hard line drive, past the third baseman for the Pioneers, Hilson, and it's a 2-run single for Mark Martin. He walked his first time, now he wraps a 2-run RBI single, scoring Cody Wiktorski from second, and Blake Valley trotting home from third base, and 5 runs are in now for the Pilots here in the bottom of the second inning. And it really is caved in now for the Pilots against the Pioneers, and their starting left-hander, Nate Matheson. There goes Mark Martin as the ball is underthrown and bounces past the shortstop Brian Barefoot out into short center field, but Martin, diving face first, had no idea and was unable to get up in advance, but he is in scoring position at second base with a count of 1 ball, no strikes on Will Gorman. Gorman, the 9th man to come up in the second inning for the Pilots. So they've batted around and really come through here. Finally taking advantage of all these walks and wild pitching by Nate Matheson. So Gorman takes on the outside corner for strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. On deck, Willie Yawn, who started everything off by striking out. Here's a pop-up. Third baseman Taylor Hilson is there in foul territory behind the coach's box to make the out. So a foul pop-up to end the inning for the Pilots, but a huge inning. 5 runs they pick up on, let's see, they had 1, 2, 3. 3, hang in there with me, 3, 4 hits, 2 more walks, and they left 1 base runner. And at the end of 2 full innings of play, the Pilots come back to take the lead, leading the Pioneers 5-0. So we'll return with a 3rd inning. When we come back, you are listening inside to your hometown sports station, 1420 WACK, and online at NewarkPilots.tv.
1420 WACK, your hometown station, bringing you big league sports. The Bronx Bombers, the New York Yankees. The 0-1. Swung on and into the air. To deep left center field. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Oh, did he hit a belt to left center field. It's an A-bomb from A-Rod. Another home run for Alex, and the Yankees take a 1-0 lead. Plus, we're your home for NASCAR. They are leaning on one another, coming back to the start-finish line. Up front, it is David Reagan all by himself. Here he comes through the tri-oval, and David Reagan has won here at Talladega. He wins the Aaron's 499. And when it comes to sports talk, we've got you covered with Yahoo Sports Talk. Plus our own local shows, too. Get the sports you want right here on 1420 WACK.
Back live at Colburn Park here in Newark, New York. Live baseball, man. I tell you, big 2nd inning. The Pilots jumped all over Nate Matheson after Matheson had walked 2 more batters. Then a lot of base hit. The bases were loaded, and the Pilots kept applying more and more pressure, knocking in runs, clearing the bases, scoring 5 times, 4 hits, and really doing the job in the clutch in big spots with men in scoring position, something they haven't done a whole lot of this year, to be honest with you, certainly not in any consistent way. But in the bottom of the 2nd, here at Colburn, they really scalded the ball and came through when it counted. Count is 1-2 now on Justin Hayes, left-handed leadoff hitter for Elmira here in the 3rd. Hayes walked, he stole second base and came around to score in the 1st inning, so he's got no official time up in the ball game on the base on balls. Count is 2-2. Hit in the air to deep second base, short right field. Blake Valley now comes in to call off Kyle Bartleman for out number 1. So in short right field, Blake Valley takes credit for the fly out. 1 up, 1 down. Here in the top of the 3rd, and the right fielder Rob Petit steps in, swings and misses on the pitch that bounced on the plate. So Harasti gets a little bit of a gift offering by the left-handed hitting Petit. Rob Petit. Petit is new on the roster from Samford University, Samford in Connecticut. Petit filling a roster void by the Pioneers, as has Dalton Hoyles playing left field tonight, hitting in the 6th spot. So time is called as Levante, the Pilot catcher, having a back-to-us chat with his pitcher. Kind of a Mutt and Jeff look there with Harasta about 6'6", Levante under 6 foot, probably around 5'10", so interesting look. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 down. The windup and the 1-1 is fouled away. Tapped behind the plate and against the backstop. Count is 1-2. Number 3 hitter Christian Santisteban, and then Josh Lovelady to follow. Here's the windup. The 1-2 is low. Count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bases are empty. Here in the top of the 3rd inning, Pilots up 5-2 over the Pioneers. Big 2nd inning for the Pilots. Now it's time to pitch well and hold on. Foul ball at the plate. Count holds at 2-2. A lot of not real soft mud, but enough wetness on the infield dirt that it sticks to the ball and doesn't always come back off. It gets caught in the seams. It's tough on a pitcher trying to grip the seams, getting some spin on the ball. Not the best circumstances, but throwing the fastball like Harris did there, boy, no problem. Bingo. Fastball cut on and missed, so there are 2 up and 2 down. Like a little life on that fastball from Logan Harasta, and that 5 spot that his team put up for him in the bottom of the 2nd certainly has brightened his day. Really perked up his spirits, I'd say. 2 men down, and now Christian Santisteban. Left-handed hitter. Keeps the bat up, held high. Looks a little bit like Carl Yastrzemski back in the day when he'd have that bat way up there. Slightly open stance. Next pitch is high. Ball 1. Now the count is even at 1-1. 2 men down. Cleanup hitter Josh Lovelady on deck. So Harasta looking to go 1-2-3 here and keep not only the Pioneers off the board, but runners off the base paths. Round ball fielded cleanly by Bartleman. Fires on the lurch at first, and they get the dangerous Santisteban 4-3. And the Pioneers go 3 up, 3 down in the 3rd. No runs, no hits, nobody left. And at the end of 2.5 innings of play, the Newark Pilots leading the Pioneers 5-2, and you're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
This is your love and reminder to try McDonald's new sirloin 3rd pound burgers, made with juicy 100% North American sirloin and premium ingredients. But they're only here for a limited time, and if you miss out, you'll never know how incredibly delicious they taste. Just like you'll never know how incredible it is to read people's minds. Oh, I'm hungry. Or see the inside of the refrigerator after you shut the door. Dark. Don't miss the sirloin 3rd pound burgers at McDonald's. Better enjoy this loving while it lasts. At participating McDonald's.
A fresh brewed sweet tea from McDonald's gives you sweet relief when you need it most. Like when you're on a deadline, and your email keeps dinging, and your work phone keeps ringing, and your cell phone keeps buzzing. But your sweet tea's refreshing, so you're working and smiling and sipping while you're typing and talking and texting all at the same time. Get sweet relief with McDonald's sweet tea. Grab a large for just $1. That's more loving for less at McDonald's. Limited time offer. Price participation may vary. A la carte only.
All right, we are back live from Colburn Park here at Newark, New York. Live baseball hitting to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Pilots hit around in the 2nd inning, scoring all 5 of their runs and getting their first hits of this game. 4 hits, a couple of walks, bases loaded that were cleared a couple of times. Really sweet. Taking the lead and hopefully keeping that lead. Willie Yawn to lead it off here in the bottom of the 3rd. It'll be Willie Yawn, the 6th hitter, followed by Corey Lurch and Gabe Levante. Still pitching for Elmira, left-hander Nate Matheson. Matheson has walked 4 in this ball game, 2 each of the first 2 innings. First pitch to Yawn is outside. It's ball 1. Nowhere near the plate. Quick update on the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. 1-0 American League leads in the 2nd inning at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Let's go American League. Next pitch is low, ball 2. Count is 2-1. Third baseman Willie Yon. Here's the windup, and the 2-1 pitch is bounced on the dirt outside, ball 3. Let's see now. First time up, Yon struck out, and he's 0 for 1. Willie Yon is hitting at .283 with 6 doubles, no triples or home runs. And he is second on the team in RBI. There's a line shot into left center field. It gets by the center fielder Hayes and goes to the wall. Yon is going to get 3 on this one. His first triple of the year. A stand-up 3-base hit. And a leadoff triple for the Pilots as they continue pounding on Nate Matheson. Matheson is forced to come in with pitches that he ordinarily wouldn't come in with. They're just too much of the strike, too much of a home plate, and too much of that fat part of the strike zone. He keeps getting behind on the hitters, so he's got to come in and throw a strike. Willie Yon was all over that one as he creamed it out into left center field. Justin Hayes made a courtesy dive for it, but he had no real chance, and it rolled all the way to the outfield wall by the Dick Colasino sign in left center field. On at third base, first pitch is in for a strike. Next pitch is inside, so the count is 1-1. Corey Lurch up at the plate, Gabe Levante on deck, and then Kyle Bartleman. Nobody out in the bottom of the third. 5-2, the Pilots lead. Pitch is way outside. He's been wild outside all game tonight. There hasn't been an awful lot of game. Seems like there's been a lot of game because of all the walks, the deep counts, the base hits, and the run scoring. But we're only in the bottom of the third. And also add to that an hour delay because of rain. And we may get out of here mid-morning. We hope we will, but that remains to be seen. Looks like rain won't be a problem anymore as the skies are breaking apart and whatever rain clouds there might have been are now gone. 3-1 count. Line drive hit hard but foul. You can hear that shot hit off the party deck. Santilli Lumber party deck. So Lurch, who walked and scored the first Pilot run of the ball game in the second inning, he reached second on a wild pitch and then came around on Blake Valley's single. There's a pitch fouled away down the third baseline. Count is full at 3-2 on the Pilot first baseman Corey Lurch. Willie Yon on third base. Fly ball here would be a little insurance and gladly take it if he can get the ball up in the air. Nate Matheson. Pitch is fouled, hit off the very end of the bat and back on the screen as Lurch tried reaching for one. Might have swung at ball 4. So he's got a few choice words with himself there at the plate. Calling timeout wisely, regathering his bearings, making sure he's steady now. Full count, nobody out. Matheson comes to the wind, and the pitch is fouled away. That'll drift back behind the backstop and way up play. So the count remains full at 3-2. Just keeps increasing the pitch count. Only in a couple of innings officially so far. I'm guessing his pitch count is well over 50, maybe 60. He's just throwing an awful lot of deep counts and a lot of pitches. Pitches hit to deep left center field. That's going to go all the way to the wall. And that'll score Willie Yon on the trot from third base. And Lurch is motoring on his way to third. Hits the dirt, and he's in without a throw. 3-base hit, the back-to-back 3-base hits. As the Pilots now have their 6th run of the ball game, leading 6-2 over Elmira. Back-to-back triples, and the Pilots in business with nobody out. And let's see now if Matt Birch is going to make a move, at least to get someone warming up in the Pioneer bullpen, but I see that's empty. I don't even see any players down in the bullpen. What is this? Some kind of a protest? There's a wild pitch now by Nate Matheson. Gets away from Josh Lovelady, the Pioneer catcher, between his legs on the wild pitch. They throw the ball away in disgust, but it will score the 7th Pilot run as Lurch comes in from third to score. So that's a wild pitch. Now on a wild pitch, does the hitter get a RBI? No RBI for Gabe Levante on the wild pitch. Scoring a run now. 2 more runs in for the Pilots, leading 7-2. And the next pitch is outside and low, ball 2, 2-0. Number 9 hitter for the Pilots, Kyle Bartleman, waits in the on-deck circle. Here's the 2-0. That one comes in low, ball 3, 3-0. So it may be table setting time in the Valley here one more time. As Nate Matheson is looking quite a bit worse for the wear as the Pilots finally caught up to the walks, and then the last inning a multitude of big base hits. Next pitch is way high and outside, ball 4. So on 4 straight pitches, Gabe Levante draws the first walk for the Pilots here in the 3rd. And on average, another walk would keep that Matheson average of 2 walks per inning allowed up, as he walked 2 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd. Now just 1 here. Nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 7-2. There is no 10-run rule. I want you to know that. But the score is 7-2 for the Pilots. And here's Kyle Bartleman, left-handed hitter, stepping in. Top of the order for Newark with Blake Valley waiting in the on-deck circle. Bartleman, big base hit as last time, getting things going. A little chop hit foul down the first base line, so that'll go as a strike. Strike 1 on Kyle Bartleman. Single, run scored his first time up. 1 for 1 tonight. Great play off the hit, the bat of Santisteban last inning, retiring the side. So he has really played well, both on the field and at bat. Next pitch is up high, but a time is called by Eddie Collins. And I don't know if Kyle Bartleman had called timeout, but on the timeout, Collins took a deliberate walk, but a kind of staring walk toward the Pioneers' third base dugout. Maybe he heard something he didn't particularly like. Next pitch is rolled off the foot of Bartleman and out to the mound, so the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. And Bartleman now will be looking to defend at the plate, try to waste a few, as Matheson has thrown a boatload of pitches in just a couple of innings of work officially. Runner on first is Levante. Stretch by Matheson. Left-hander into the wind, or the stretch rather, fouled away. Ripped foul down the first baseline. Count remains at no balls and 2 strikes. Blake Valley on deck, and then Kyle Norman, followed by Cody Wiktorski. Top of the order for the Pilots. 0-2 pitch. Awaits. Matheson comes set. Next pitch misses. Outside for a ball. Ball 1, strike 2. Levante, the Pilot catcher, on at first base for Newark. And not of the greatest speed, so he has a short leadoff. Pitch is hit. Bartleman looked like he got hit on the elbow, but they say he did not make a deliberate move to get out of the way of the pitch. He did not make the move. I haven't seen that before at this level. Bartleman looking like he deliberately took one for the team, but he did not make the move to get out of the way of the pitch. So looked like he stuck his elbow out there. Well, it's a ball, though, so the count is 2-2. So Bartleman Trying a little gamesmanship. Rips one into right field for a base hit. That'll get the runner from first, Levante, all the way to third. And Bartleman chugs into second base with a stand-up double. So the throw comes in, but trickles away from the Pioneer first baseman as he gives it off back to the catcher, Lovelady. Throws the ball out. And now Matt Birch is coming out. Let's see if this is going to be a pitching change. Must be. Now as the rest of the infield in usual fashion comes running out. This is everybody now. The third baseman, shortstop, second baseman, first baseman, catcher. In fact, the pitcher, Nate Matheson, isn't even involved in the conversation. He's kind of on the sideline. Wonder how long home plate umpire Eddie Collins is going to wait until he decides to come out and break things up. But right now it is a lengthy confab. It's a double, though, for Kyle Bartleman. Bartleman with 2 hits tonight. Comes into the game hitting at a .250 clip. 10 hits, Bartleman, in 40 at-bats. He has no extra base hits. Well, I'm sorry. Did he? No, he had no. That's his first extra base hit. My goodness. Bartleman's first extra base hit, so cause for celebration. His first double and his first extra base hit with 4 RBIs on the season. So we're going to get back underway here any time now as Birch has the bullpen getting busy now suddenly. You would have thought it might have been taken care of a little bit earlier, but he's going to leave Nate Matheson out to face Blake Valley at the top of the Pilot order. Pilots leading 7-2. 2 runs are in here in the bottom of the third. First pitch is outside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. We've got first base open with Kyle Norman on deck. Blake Valley tonight has walked in the first and singled to knock in a run, and he scored a run in the second inning. Top of the order, the right fielder cut on and foul tipped. Lovelady couldn't hold on to it, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning. Nobody out yet. Seems like an incredibly long inning. Pilots looking to add more to their 7-2 lead. Here in the third, Matheson pitching from the windup. Comes in outside and low, but Valley helping him out a little bit. Cuts on and misses for strike 2. So the count is 1-2. Norman on deck. Runners on second and third. Levante on third. Bartleman at second, taking their leads. Matheson into the windup. The 1-2 pitch is low. Ball 2. 2-2 the count. So once again, Matheson is working his way deeper into the count. Certainly deeper than he'd want to be. And the Pilots looking to take advantage of it. Base hit here could mean a couple of more runs for the Pilots. Really putting more pressure on the Pioneers to have a comeback rally of some sort. Pitch is low outside. Ball 3. Now the count is full. Once again, an interminable amount of deep counts and 3-2 counts to be precise off the left hand of Pioneer starting pitcher tonight, Nate Matheson. So he's at the full count with Blake Valley, and that one comes in low at the ankles. Ball 4. Matheson peels his hat off. I don't know if he thought that was a strike, but my goodness, it may have crossed the plate as, finding the plate, but the pitch was down by the ankles. So that is the second walk of the inning. Good news for Pilot fans, not so much for the Pioneers or Matheson, as Matheson has kept his walks per inning average up there at 2 per inning here against the Pilots. So he's allowed 6 altogether. And he still has not yet to record an out here in the third inning. Bottom of the third, and the first pitch to Norman is high for ball 1-0. Bases are loaded for the Pilots. 2 runs in here in the bottom of the third inning, live from Colburn Park. Pitch is bounced in the dirt, gets away from Lovelady all the way back to the screen. As Levante trots home with the 8th Pilot run, 3rd of this inning. And the other runners move up as well. You've got Bartleman now at third base and Blake Valley on at second on that wild pitch. Again, no RBI given to Kyle Norman. Norman looking for his first base hit tonight. He's reached on an error by the left fielder in the first, and last inning flied out to right field. So still nobody out. Runners on second and third. 3 runs in this inning. Pilots leading over the Pioneers 8-2. Next pitch is up high and away for ball 2-0. And man, sometimes you're in a ball game and you start out like a house of fire and the roof caves in. You can't wait. Hey, coach, where's the hook? Get me out of this thing, please. Show it some mercy. Next pitch is on the outside part of the plate and called strike 1. So the count is 3-1 on Kyle Norman. Cody Wiktorski on deck, and then Mark Martin. Here's the windup. The pitch is fouled back over the backstop and out of play. Count is now full, 3-2. Keep looking at out and seeing that bagel up on the board and cannot believe it. This has been in excess of a half hour, half inning, and still nobody out. So Nate Matheson looking to finally succeed with a hitter here in the bottom of the third. Pitch fouled back, and again deep into a count, and again it's a full count. So I don't know at what point Matt Birch is going to say, all right, kid, I think it's not your night, but I don't know what the proving point is keeping him out on the mound this long. Is it to show his... That's a foul back. That'll get back behind the backstop out of play. So the count holds at 3-2. Now, would it be he's testing his pitcher, big lead, first place, 4 games over Victor. Let's see how the kid handles it, you know. What kind of inner fortitude, what kind of poise, does he hang in there? Does he lose his cool? Or is there some other reason? It certainly isn't playing into the Pioneers' hands. We're talking 6 walks, for God's sakes, 7 base hits, 8 runs scored, and a probably, 3 or 4 wild pitches? At least. Full count pitch is fouled away, so another pitch wasted. And add that to the mighty pitch count. Any idea how many pitches he's thrown? Yeah. So the count runs full. Kyle Norman still up at the plate if you have forgotten. He's been up there a while. There's another pitch fouled straight back and out of play that time. It looked like Norman had a pitch he could drive but got just under it. So runners on second and third. Nobody out. Nate Matheson, big left-hander, on the mound for the Pioneers. His windup. The pitch again is looped foul down the first baseline. So now it's become a 9-pitch at bat here for Kyle Norman. So to his credit, he has wasted a number of Matheson pitches, really wearing him out. Here's the full count pitch, way high and outside. So Matheson tried the curve, but it had no curve on it. And that is the 3rd walk of the inning issued by Nate Matheson, and that's going to be all. As Matt Birch, the manager for Elmira, takes the slow walk, this time with his hand out, called at the hook, and Matheson lays the ball inside Birch's hand. So let's find out who the new pitcher is. We'll have that for you, in fact, in just a few minutes. You were listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com. Nobody out. Still in the bottom of the third with Newark leading Elmira 8-2.
This is your loving reminder to try McDonald's new sirloin third pound burgers. Made with juicy 100% North American sirloin and premium ingredients. But they're only here for a limited time. And if you miss out, you'll never know how incredibly delicious they taste. Just like you'll never know how incredible it is to read people's minds. Oh, I'm hungry. Or see the inside of the refrigerator after you shut the door. Oh, dark. Don't miss the sirloin third pound burgers at McDonald's. Better enjoy this loving while it lasts. At participating McDonald's.
A fresh brewed sweet tea from McDonald's gives you sweet relief when you need it most. Like when you're on a deadline and your email keeps dinging and your work phone keeps ringing and your cell phone keeps buzzing. But your sweet tea's refreshing, so you're working and smiling and sipping while you're typing and talking and texting all at the same time.
Get sweet relief with McDonald's sweet tea. Grab a large for just $1. That's more lovin' for less at McDonald's. Limited time offer. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only.
And welcome back live from Colburn Park tonight. The Hometown Pilots were down by 2-0 after the first inning. Looked like it was going to be another one of those nights. But in the second, they finally broke through and played like the team they are capable of. I can't tell you exactly who said it first, but I do know who said it. But what they said was, you are as good as the best thing you've ever done. So give that a little thought, and I guess that would describe the Pilots tonight, as they are doing the best thing they've ever done, so they must be that good. And hopefully they can carry this on through the rest of tonight's ball game and the rest of the season. They lead 8-2. Nate Matheson, his line will be complete when the three base runners, the three Pilots still on base, are accounted for. And we'll see how that turns out. New pitcher for the Pioneers is Jake Greer, a 6'7" right-hander, number 35. And Greer is a Collierville, Tennessee native, and he too goes to Samford U of Connecticut. So he'll try to come on and put the fire out here. The Pilots have scored 3 times here in the bottom of the third. And Cody Wiktorski steps in. He wrapped a 2-run double his last time up, and also scored in the second inning. One of those 5 base runners to score for the Pilots. So here's the first pitch by Greer, and it's popped up. Foul in the third base line, a lot of foul territory, and it hits on the roof, it looked like, of the Secor Lumber party deck. So that'll be a strike, a foul pop strike. No balls in a strike on Wiktorski. Cleanup hitter Mark Martin on deck, and then Will Gorman to follow. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning. Looking back at Matheson, he went 2 innings of pitching. Two seemed like a night's worth. But he gave up 7 walks, 7 hits. And I mean, he struck out 1, but and he's got these 3 base runners he's responsible for. If they score, those will be on his record. But all 8 runs charged so far, charged to Matheson. That is considered a rough night. Count is 1-1 on Wiktorski. His next pitch is hit to deep left center field. It's a well hit. It'll drop in and roll to the wall. 2 runs will score, maybe 3. Around third and heading home is the speedy Kyle Norman. A 3-run, 3-base hit, and the Pilots now lead 11-2. So Wiktorski has knocked in 5 runs tonight. A big triple. His double hit almost in the identical spot back by the Dick Colasino sign. in deep left center field. So how's that as a greeting card to the relief pitcher for the Pioneers, Jay Greer. Bam! Big 3-run triple. Now Mark Martin steps in with Wiktorski dancing around down at third base. And why wouldn't he feel frisky after a 5 RBI night? So far he is 2 for 3. Martin checks. Did he go around? I don't think so. Or did he? He did. So Martin now is 0-2 as Greer is up in the count. That represents something a little bit different. Getting ahead in the count on one of the Pilot hitters, something Matheson just was unable to do no matter how long he was out there, how hard he tried. A high chop right back to the mound. Greer fields it and fires to first. And Mark Martin is the first Pilot out here in the bottom of the third inning. And, man, that took a while. So with Wiktorski on at third, Will Gorman steps in. Will Gorman is the 9th Pilot hitter to come to the plate. Second successive inning the Pilots have hit around. When was the last time this team had done that? I doubt it all this season. I wonder when it was back-to-back they did it ever. Get the record books out. This would be a night for records, at least offensively. Pilots 5 in the second, 6 so far, scoring here in the third. 11-2. Gorman with no balls and a strike on him. Pitch bounces in front of home plate for ball 1. Count is even at 1 ball and a strike. Like to pick up Wiktorski on at third base, if he possibly can. Willie on deck. Gorman hitting in the third slot tonight. DH, 0 for 2 so far. Left-handed hitter hits one high and deep. Justin Hayes goes back. That'll score the run from third. Let's see what happens. He has it. Catching the ball deep against the Simmons Rockwell sign, the car dealership out near dead center field. But it easily scores Wiktorski from third base. So Cody scores his second run of tonight's ball game. And the Pilots are up by a 12-2 count. Man, it seems to get better, but it actually gets worse for the Pioneers. So a sac fly for Gorman. Just too bad he hit it to the deepest part of the yard, or that would have been Gonski. First pitch to Willie on, bounces at the plate and rolls to the screen. Ball 1. So there are 2 men down now. Jan, this inning, tripled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. He also scored the first Pilot run of the inning. Foul tip back on the screen. So the count is 1 ball and a strike. Corey Lurch on deck. So the Pilots have hit around here in the third inning. What's that? Okay. There's a high fly ball, and it is a foul ball. Oh, really? That's for us, right? Yeah. All right, cool. Mike, Chad Adams is the dude from St. Rose. Okay. And just learned that the team record for most RBIs in a game in Cody Wiktorski is within 1 of the RBI record. Chad Adams did it in 2013 as Willie Yon takes a pitch off his hip. And he did make the effort to get out of the way. Someone please let home plate umpire Eddie Collins. He did make a definite move. And Jan does not get charged with an at-bat, the hit batsman. And that'll bring up Corey Lurch. But the record for most runs batted in a Pilot ball game for the Pilots, Chad Adams, who went to St. Rose College, did the 6 RBIs in 2013, a couple of seasons ago, and Cody Wiktorski is within 1 of tying that record. He has 5 tonight. Still plenty of game left for sure. So now Corey Lurch steps in, takes outside for a ball. Lurch walked in the second and scored. He tripled in a run last inning and scored. He's 1 for 1 tonight. Jan leads off first base. Pitch is hit on the ground. Double play ball. 2nd for 1. Although they didn't need a double play, obviously. And the force play at second base. Gets Willie Jan there and retires the side 6-4. So the Pilots put across 6 more runs. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's make that 7 more runs. Can't even keep up with them. They've scored so much. 7 more runs. This is just a boatload, friends. I see they had 3 walks, a hit batsman. They had 1, 2, 3, 4 base hits. All of them extra base hits. 3 of them triples. Check that record out. One was the last time the Pilots had 3 triples in one inning. Oh, my goodness. Like I say, could be a night for the record books here, well, for the home team. At the end of 3 full innings of play, the Pilots leading Elmira 12-2. You are listening to Hometown Radio at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
Mark's Pizzeria in Newark has great combo specials. Choose your combo and add-ons like their chicken fingers, pasta, mac and cheese, or fried ravioli. Add it to Mark's delicious pizza and save with their family and dinner combos. Get your coupon and order online at markspizzeria.com. For great tasting pizzas, subs, wings, calzones, pasta, and more, make it Mark's. Mark's Pizzeria in Newark. Simply the best. Call 331-4974. Mark's Pizzeria! One Ford F-Series truck is sold every 42 seconds, and that's how long it takes a new one to get put to work. Right now, Concord Ford has the best deals on all remaining 2014 Ford trucks, including factory rebates of up to $5,750 for F-150s. Test drive the all-new aluminum body 2015 Ford trucks, or if you're hungry for fun, see the head-turning, heart-pounding new Mustang GTs. Available now at Concord Ford, Route 31 in Newark, where you'll get that nice feeling called confidence.
And we return for the top half of the 4th inning, 12-2. Newark leading Elmira, and I mean they have just battered Pioneer pitching. At first, it looked like maybe starting pitcher Nate Matheson was going to wiggle his way out and possibly get a quality start out of it, not do a whole lot of damage. But the Pilots took care of that in fine order in both the 2nd and 3rd innings, knocking him out. And now they also rough up Greer a little bit when he come on in relief. So the Pilots lead with 5 runs in the 2nd inning, 7 more in the bottom of the 3rd. And Logan harassed a long wait between innings. Let's see how that might affect him. And the Pilots have a new left fielder. Mark Martin is out of the game. And in for him is Anthony Spina. So the count is 2-1. Mark Martin in his, 3 times up in the ball game. Pilots' leading hitter, by the way, was 1 for 2. He walked, he singled, knocked into, grounded out 1-3. Ground ball to Bartleman at second. Throws on to Lurch. So the Pioneers 1 up and 1 away. 4-3 on the score. So the DH steps in there for Elmira. Mike Korchak. Korchak singled in the 1st inning and knocked in he knocked in a couple of runs. So he is 1 for 1 on tonight's game. Only his 2nd time at bat. Left-handed hitter with Dalton Hoyles waiting on deck. Logan Harasta whizzes a fastball by him, swings and misses, strike 1. 0-1 the count. 1 down here in the top of the 4th, down by 10. Harasta has a comfortable lead, I'd say. Here's his 0-1, fouled away, drifting back over the crowd along the 3rd baseline. 0-2 quickly, Harasta out in front on the count. You've got Korchak, Dalton Hoyles, and then Brian Barefoot coming to the plate for the Pioneers here in the top of the 3rd. Here's the 0-2. Up high, ball one. Looking to have Korchak chase. Only 2 hits allowed so far in the 3 innings of pitching so far by Logan Harasta from Webster, University of Buffalo. He'll be a sophomore in the fall. A lot of talent, a lot of potential for this kid. Next pitch, fastball, threw it right by Korchak. Overmatched on the fastball, strike 3. And that is strikeout number 4 for Logan Harasta. 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 4th. And the number 6 hitter in the Pioneer lineup, new Pioneer, Dalton Hoyles, getting a start out in left field, filling a roster void for Elmira. First pitch to him is up high just a little bit. Ball 1. 1-0 the count. Base is empty. And Harasta, even though he has settled down and had a long rest between innings, he has been dominant. Next pitch is up high, so just as I allow the jinx to float into the ball game, I apologize. So it's now 2-0 with 2 down. And Harasta, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9 hitters in a row have gone down. Pitch is dribbled, a little chop foul down the third base line. So there's a first strike as Harasta seems to be in command. With a big lead like that, why not feel the confidence? Team has really gone out and supported him well. And now it's kind of put things on cruise and enjoy the ride on the Love Boat. Pitch is popped up, shallow right field. Coming on is Blake Valley. He's there and he makes the catch. So the Pioneers, once again, for the 3rd consecutive inning, go 3 up and 3 down. 10 in a row retired now by Logan Harasta. And at the end of 3.5 innings of play, the Pilots leading the Pioneers here at Colburn Park 12-2. And you are listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.tv.
What's the hometown advantage? A better banking experience. Banking doesn't have to feel like a hassle. LNB, you get friendly, personalized service from local financial experts you know and trust. Plus, the convenience of LNB's online and mobile banking means you can bank anywhere, anytime. Bank with LNB and discover your hometown advantage. Learn more at bankwithlnb.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Mark's Pizzeria in Newark has nice combo specials. Choose your combo and add-ons like
You use the pitching line.
Cooper, you keep the pitching line. You don't know what their pitcher did? Do you know how many earned runs he gave us?
They're all
Those wild pitches, do they count as earned?
yeah.
All right, we are back for the bottom half of the 4th inning with the score 12-2. The Pilots running away with the game so far. I hesitate a little bit because the Pioneers are either the number 1 team in the league. They have been perennially either number 1, number 2. They've never won the title. The Pilots have, so I could rub that in. But the thing is they have the ability to play within themselves and to make a game out of things even when the situation appears all lost. So I don't want to come right out and say what the game in the 4th inning that, wow, they have no chance of coming back. Stranger things certainly have happened. No balls, 2 strikes. On the leadoff hitter, Gabe Levante, a boot at third base by Taylor Hilson. He decides to eat the ball, hang on to it, and allow Levante to get to first base. Was it hit too hard or was that in there? Give him a hit. So we're going to give the catcher, starting catcher for the Pilots, Gabe Levante, a hit. That is his first hit of the night. He's walked 2 other times, scored a couple of runs. So the home call goes to Gabe Levante. So he's on at first base. Nobody out. Jake Greer on in relief of Nate Matheson. Give up 11 runs total. Man, did he give up a bunch, huh? Here's a line drive, crisp, base hit, and Kyle Bartleman has had a perfect night. He's on his way to second base. Here comes the throw, and it is not in time. So on at third base on the double is Levante, and the Pilots once again have runners in scoring position and look like they are taking out frustrations from the season and inconsistencies and breaking through with a huge game so far. Offensively, they have been a marvel. Their 10th hit of the night, and so many of them have been of the extra base variety. Need to check on just how many have been extra base hits. And I think only a couple, maybe 3, have been singles, which is the case. 3 singles of the 10. Actually, 4 singles, I think. He may have more than 10 hits. I'll have to double-check the scoreboard. But any which way, it's more extra base hits than singles. If it's 10 total, then it would be 6-4 with doubles and triples. Haven't hit the long ball yet, so that would be something to look forward to. Count is 1 ball, 1 strike on the leadoff hitter, Valley. And now he takes strike 2. Runners on second and third. Kyle Norman on deck, and then Cody Wiktorski to follow. Nobody out. Bottom of the 4th. Pilots up by 10, 12-2. Stretch by Greer on the outside corner, called strike 3. So Blake Valley goes down on a called third strike. So runners on second and third, and Kyle Norman steps in. Valley had walked in the first. He singled in the second, walked in the third. So he was 1 for 1 and now 1 for 2. As Norman steps in and calls strike 1. Jake Greer much more consistently throwing strikes and getting ahead of the hitters. 0-1 the count on Kyle Norman. His stretch, and the pitch is popped up in the infield. Second baseman is calling for it, Jordan Bishop, and Bishop into the short grass in right center field, just past the infield dirt, makes the catch. So there are 2 down now. So Norman pops out to the second baseman. Runners remain on second and third. Levante at third, Bartleman at second, and now Cody Wiktorski. He flied out to the right fielder in the first. Doubled in 2 runs in the second. Then he tripled in 3 with the bases loaded last inning. And now a base hit here would not only tie, it would break the all-time Pilots record for run batted in. Pitch is in the dirt, going back to the screen, and scoring from third base is Gabe Levante with the 13th Pilot run here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And I know what you may be thinking. Will Wiktorski get credit for an RBI? And on a wild pitch, the hitter does not get credit for an RBI. It works in the same way as if the runner scored on an error. So a base hit here, or, well, it'd have to be a base hit. There are 2 outs. But a long blast, but foul. Well hit deep over the fence down the left field line, but way foul. So the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. But a base hit here would be an RBI for Wiktorski, and he would be tied for the team record in RBI with 6. He would share that honor with plenty of game to go, so he could actually break it conceivably. But Chad Adams from St. Rose College owns the record currently. Wiktorski with 5 in this game, 5 runs batted in. Count is 2 balls and a strike with 2 down. Bottom of the 4th, 13-2. It's true. Rival Pioneers getting treated rather roughly tonight. Pitch is in the dirt outside, so the count now 3-1 on Wiktorski. Sure enough, wants to get his licks up there at the plate. Doesn't necessarily want to get a free pass. Here comes the 3-1. He is fouled away back behind the plate and out into the concession area. So the count now is full on Wiktorski as Eddie Collins receives a new set, or at least a cleaned off set of baseballs. Just a lot of mud and dirt, and the ball's pretty well rubbed up tonight. Full count pitch. Hard shot. 1 hop to the shortstop. Throw to first is in time. Right on the button. Wiktorski hit it like a shot, but Brian Barefoot on the short hop picked it up and threw to Santisteban at first in time for out number 3. Score that one 6-3, and that'll retire the side, but the Pilots score another run. And at the end of 4 innings of play, the Pilots lead the Pioneers 13-2. And you're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
Somewhere between birth and retirement, life happens. For everything in between, there's Nichols Financial Services. There to help you protect your family with auto, homeowners, recreational vehicle, life, and commercial insurance products. Homegrown and part of your community. They have over 30 years' experience. It's never too early to plan, protect, and save. Do it all with the people you can trust. Online at NicholsFinancialServices.com or stop by the office in Newark, Seneca Falls, and Sodus. Great rates, great service for a lifetime.
Magnum Auto Parts of Elmira is your Napa Know-How Auto Parts store. Whether it's a part for your car, truck, or SUV, foreign or domestic, Magnum Auto Parts has the part. They also carry parts for your lawn and garden tractor. Magnum Auto Parts also makes hydraulic hoses. Stop in and pick up this month's flyer for specials of the month. Magnum Auto Parts, Route 31, West Elmira. 315-597-4854. That's 315-597-4854.
Top of the 5th inning. Back live at Colburn Park here in Newark, New York. And Logan Harasta has gone all the way for the Pilots. Has a huge lead, 13-2. As he'll face the bottom third of the Pioneer lineup. First pitch fouled away, so it's 0-1. Next pitch, low, ball 1 ball and a strike. Brian Barefoot made a nice play at short there to end the inning for the Pioneers. A hot shot hit off the bat of Wiktorski, trying to knock in a record-tying 6th run for the Pilots. Pitch outside corner for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, so it'll be Barefoot, followed by Jordan Bishop, and the number 9 hitter in the Pioneer lineup, Taylor Hilson. 1 ball, 2 strike. Pitch on the way, swings and misses, strike 3. So number 5 strikeout for Logan Harasta tonight, and his 11th straight retired batter. So other than that rough first inning, just getting himself acclimated, as the rain delay may have played a little bit of a role. Once he warmed up, Logan Harasta, one of the all-star pitchers this year coming from the Pilots. Again, that'll be next Monday night at Veteran Memorial Park at Little Falls, about a 25-minute drive east of Utica. The home ball field for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dogs. High pop, left field. Anthony Spina's there, and an easy can of corn as Bishop flies out to shallow left for out number 2. 2 up and 2 down. Harasta has been in a breeze since Hoyles hit back in the first inning, as he was called out on strikes, but since that time, he's been perfect. First pitch to Hilson, number 9 hitter in the Pioneer lineup, is a little outside, ball 1. So 1-0 the count with 2 men out here in the top of the 5th inning. Harasta into the windup and his pitch. A good fastball. Strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Top of the order with Justin Hayes on deck. Another good fastball. Coming in hard and tight against Hilson. So the count now 2-1. Pilots 11-run lead here in the top of the 5th inning. Pitch is hit in the air to left center field. Over there is Kyle Norman to make the catch and retire the side. Again, 3 up, 3 down for the Pioneers. No runs, no hits, and nobody left. So it's 12 in a row. Let's make sure that 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 in a row for Logan Arasta. And you're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
This is your love and reminder to try McDonald's new sirloin 3rd pound burgers, made with juicy 100% North American sirloin and premium ingredients. But they're only here for a limited time, and if you miss out, you'll never know how incredibly delicious they taste. Just like you'll never know how incredible it is to read people's minds. Really hungry. Or see the inside of the refrigerator after you shut the door. Dark. Don't miss the sirloin 3rd pound burgers at McDonald's. Better enjoy this lovin' while it lasts. At participating McDonald's.
A fresh brewed sweet tea from McDonald's gives you sweet relief when you need it most. Like when you're on a deadline, and your email keeps dinging, and your work phone keeps ringing, and your cell phone keeps buzzing. But your sweet tea's refreshing, so you're working and smiling and sipping while you're typing and talking and texting all at the same time.
Get sweet relief with McDonald's sweet tea. Grab a large for just $1. That's more lovin' for less at McDonald's. Limited time offer. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only.
And we return for the bottom half of the 5th inning with the Pilots on top of the Elmira Pioneers 13-2. Anthony Spina will lead it off. Came on to play in left field for Mark Martin. So this will be his first at-bat. And he'll be followed in order by Will Gorman, the DH, and then Willie Yon, Pilot third baseman. At some point, we may be seeing some changes in the field, and deeper into the ball game we go by manager Chris Haynes to give some playing time to some of the other players, especially if the lead continues to be as stupendous as it is, up by 11 runs. So Jake Greer now in relief for Nate Matheson. Comes in with a fastball, and it's inside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Greer's pitch is low, ball 2, 2-0. So the leadoff hitters for the Pilots have been a real thorn in the side of both Jake Greer pitching now and his predecessor, Nate Matheson. Next pitch to Spina. This pitch is on the outside corner for called strike 1. 2-1 the count. Left-handed hitter Will Gorman on deck. Here's the windup. Greer's pitch is line foul. Hit hard, but well fouled down the third baseline. 10 feet wide of the foul line, so Spina needs to straighten it out a little bit. He'll have himself an extra base knock. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning, Pilots up 13-2. Fastball cut on and missed, strike 3. Spina down on strikes on the 2-2 pitch. And there's 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and Will Gorman steps in now. Gorman, sacrifice fly. Hit to center field his last time up. He has struck out, and he popped out in foul ground to the third baseman. So he's 0 for 2 tonight with a sac fly and an RBI. Taking a mighty cut at a fastball, so and fouling it away. So the count is 0-1 as home plate umpire Eddie Collins walks out to hand the ball to Jake Greer, the Pioneer pitcher, for reasons maybe he knows and is not sharing with anyone else. Maybe just as a way of taking a little time, getting a little rest. Who knows? His thing, that kind of thing. Next pitch is high and away for ball one, so the count now evens at 1-1. One down here in the fifth. Willie on deck, and then Corey Lurch will hit behind him. Here's the 1-1. Hit on the ground to second base. Jordan Bishop, he boots the ball as the ball scoots under his glove and between the 5-hole into right field. So, with one away, Will Gorman is on first base on the air, the E4. So Willie Yawn steps in now for the Pioneers. Yawn was hit by a pitch his last time up, tripled in the third, and he struck out in the second. He's 1 for 2 tonight with a run scored. First triple of the year, Willie Yawn stepping in now, third baseman for the Pilots. Runner on first. On the air is Gorman. Pitch is hit to second, picked up by Bishop, goes to second for one to Barefoot, but Barefoot was unable to get the ball out of his glove and relay the throw to first, which might have been a double play, but score that 4-6. You can't assume the double play, so there wouldn't be any error on that. Willie Yawn reaches on the fielder's choice, 4 and 6. And now Corey Lurch steps in. So 2 men out. Runner on first is Willie Yawn. Bottom 5. And the Pilots leading Elmira comfortably, 13-2. Stretched by Greer, his pitch. Low, ball 1. So the count quickly 1-0 on Lurch. Gabe Levante on deck for the Pilots. And then the 9-hitter, Kyle Bottleman. 1-0 count. Stretch by Greer. Swings and misses. So the count now evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Corey Lurch, right-handed hitter. Lurch tonight has walked. He's tripled. And he reached on a fielder's choice. So he's 1 for 2. He scored a couple of runs. And he's knocked in a run. Pitch is fouled away. The count now is 1-2. Lurch trying to keep things alive for the Pilots. They scored a run last inning. And they have scored at least 1 run in the last of the 3 innings. Pitch is chopped foul outside of third base. And well foul. Count holds 1 ball and 2 strikes on Corey Lurch. With Levante on deck. More baseballs. Filthy, dirty baseballs coming out. You see Eddie Collins rubbing it up. Trying to get whatever mud or dirt or hardened on mud or dirt off the balls. You only get 2 dozen to start things off, I understand. There's a high pop-up to the third baseman, Taylor Hilson, who is there at third base to make the putout and retire the side. It was in foul territory, a pop-out to Hilson, and the Pilots do not score. They had 1 base runner reaching on the air, and at the end of 5 innings of play, Pilots lead Elmira 13-2. You are listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.tv.
It's summer barbecue time. Is a new deck in your future? Secor does complete deck packages. With Secor decks, every member of your family can enjoy the great outdoors. Secor is famous for custom deck design and construction of quality-built decks and gazebos, along with hot tub and pool decks. Visit one of Secor's 3 convenient locations in Newark, Savannah, and Ontario today, and schedule your personal deck or patio consultation. Secor, your complete solution. The New York Yankees are on Hometown Sports, 1420 WACK.
Cheater, it's a long drive to right center field. That ball is high, it is far, it is gone.
Listen for live game action all season long as the Yankees pursue another AL pennant. Yankees Baseball is brought to you by New Tradition Chevrolet, Cadillac, Buick, GMC, Key Homes, Foley & Foley, Progressive Graphics and Printing, DJM Equipment, and Savannah Bank on Hometown Sports, 1420 WACK.
We are back. We are live from Colburn Park tonight. Live baseball. You never would have thought it was going to happen. So much rain today, and then more rain tonight. But they have managed to get this one in and outlast the rain. And for the Pilots, so far it's been a really good thing. Not so much for the fans because very few made it to the ballpark. What few came, good for them, certainly. Not so good for those who missed out because they are missing out on a good thing. 13-2. Pilots leading the Pioneers, rival Elmira, by 11 runs. And also some potential record-setting performances tonight. Logan Arasta has gone all the way so far for the Pilots here in the top half of the 6th inning. He's retired the last 13 in a row. 2 pitches, 2 balls to start things off with Justin Hayes here in the top of the 6th. Hayes reached on a walk and scored in the 1st inning. He popped out to the second baseman in the 3rd inning. Fastball is in over the heart of the plate for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. Just getting underway here in the top half of the 6th inning. It'll be Justin Hayes. Line drive, left center field. Over in a hurry is Kyle Norman, and he chases it down as that ball was sinking fast, man, and he covered some ground and made the running catch in front of Anthony Spina for out number 1. So fleet of foot, Kyle Norman getting over in a hurry to make the catch. 1 up and 1 way. That's 14 straight now for Logan Arasta. Rob Pertete, the right fielder for the Pioneers, getting his first start tonight. Coming in late in the season as a roster replacement. Takes up high for a ball. On deck is Christian Santisteban. Next pitch, a butt attempt by Pertete is foul. Tried going down the third baseline, but he steered it away foul. So the count is 1-1 now. Of course, down by 11 runs. I'm not quite sure the strategy of laying a bunt down in that situation. But maybe you need base runners. Got to start somewhere. Take strike 2. So the count is 1 ball, 2 strikes on Rob Pertete. 0 for 2 tonight. Popped out to the second baseman and struck out his last time. Pitches inside and low for ball 2. Count evens now. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 away. Bases empty. Here in the top half of the 6th inning, Colburn Park. Calm night. Not any wind that I can feel, so it's a kind of a calm night. Chopping ground ball hit to Bartleman at second. Easy play over to Lurch at first for out number 2, and that is 15 in a row retired now by Logan Arasta. Boy, what a clean book he's keeping for me tonight. Thank you, Logan. Logan from Webster, and also goes to the University at Buffalo. 6'6", and he's got a really great arm. Throws a fastball that's hard to catch up to in the 90s, low 90s. That probably will improve, and also can bring in the cutter and a curveball. Starts Christian Santisteban. Well, actually, I think we have a pinch hitter here, don't we? Who's pinch hitting? What do you do? Do a double switch? Why is he up? This is the third hitter, right? Well, I don't get this. Is he hitting out a turn or what? Foul ball. Lake Valley can't catch up to it. I'm a little confused here. So Jake Greer's at the plate, but Santisteban is due up. Who is playing first base? Do we know? Man, you guys got to let me know what's going on here. What the hell? I hear my finger up my ass. Well, come on. This guy has been pitching for 3 innings.
Yeah.
Well, who's playing first? Well, you should know. That's my point. Thank you. Jesus Christ, I mean, you're here to help out. How about helping out? You're having a conversation. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, that'll retire the side. No runs for the Pioneers. They trail 13-2 at the end of 5.5. And you're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
Somewhere between birth and retirement, life happens. For everything in between, there's Nichols Financial Services. There to help you protect your family with auto, homeowners, recreational vehicle, life and commercial insurance products. Homegrown and part of your community. They have over 30 years experience. It's never too early to plan, protect, and save. Do it all with the people you can trust. Online at NicholsFinancialServices.com or stop by the office in Newark, Seneca Falls, and Sodus. Great rates, great service for a lifetime.
Magnum Auto Parts of Elmira is your Napa know-how auto parts store. Whether it's a part for your car, truck, or SUV, foreign or domestic, Magnum Auto Parts has the part. They also carry parts for your lawn and garden tractor. Magnum Auto Parts also makes hydraulic hoses. Stop in and pick up this month's flyer for specials of the month. Magnum Auto Parts, Route 31, West Elmira. 315-597-4854. That's 315-597-4854.
All right, I think we have some of it figured out here, so I'll apologize. Not getting any help up here in the booth. If I could have a little help, it would be great. But Santisteban came out of the ball game, and there was a double switch apparently by the manager of the Pioneers, who pulled Santisteban out of the game and put his DH, Mike Korchak, at first base. Korchak plays first base. But when he pulled Santisteban out of the game, he put Jake Greer in the third hole, and Greer makes the catch here. And I still can't figure this out. This is absurd. Jesus.
He's doing a heck of a job over there at the plate. First pitch on the way over from Greer is fouled off over towards the backstop, and it's 0-1.
So Jake Greer.
Again back over towards the backstop. It's 0-2. Kyle's down 13-2. And you're in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's just been rough to watch.
So he's out of the game. Yeah, that would be all right.
Bouncer low, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Now Bartleman is just having a good day. 2 good hits on Nate Matheson, and sending a double off Jake Greer a couple innings ago. 1-2 delivery. Bartleman takes strike 3 and fastball on the outside corner. Good pitch.
Up next for the Pilots at the top of the order from King Harvard, Washington. The right fielder, number 22, Blake Valley.
So Blake Valley comes up to the plate. Blake Valley is 1 for 2 on the day. He has 2 walks, he has a single, and he struck out. First pitch away from Jake Greer is in the air to right field, and it's back his foot in front of the track, makes the catch on the run. He goes over and cuts the wall, and that's the end of the inning. So 1-2.
Somewhere between birth and retirement, life happens. For everything in between, there's Nichols Financial Services. There to help you protect your family with auto, homeowners, recreational vehicle, life and commercial insurance products. Homegrown and part of your community. They have over 30 years experience. It's never too early to plan, protect, and save. Do it all with the people you can trust. Online at NicholsFinancialServices.com or stop by the office in Newark, Seneca Falls, and Sodus. Great rates, great service for a lifetime.
Magnum Auto Parts of Elmira is your Napa know-how auto parts store. Whether it's a part for your car, truck, or SUV, foreign or domestic, Magnum Auto Parts has the part. They also carry parts for your lawn and garden tractor. Magnum Auto Parts also makes hydraulic hoses. Stop in and pick up this month's flyer for specials of the month. Magnum Auto Parts, Route 31, West Elmira. 315-597-4854. That's 315-597-4854.
Pitching for the Pilots, number 16, Will Coleman. Good round his numbers so far this season. Coleman, as he pitched the game yet for the four Pilots, I think he might be a new kid coming in.
All right, we are back for the top half of the 7th inning here at Colburn Park, with the hometown team leading 13-2. Logan Harasta is coming out of the ball game, so he has just pitched marvelous, giving up only 2 hits tonight. He gave up the 2 runs back in the first inning, but after that he slammed the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight 3 up, 3 down innings. He retired his last 16 batters. He struck out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Pioneers. He gave up 1 walk. 2 runs he gave up were earned, so those would be charged. So 6 innings of quality starting for the Pilots, Logan Harasta. So I'm thinking ahead here a little bit, but Concord Ford of Newark's player of the game has the initials LH on it. So 6 swell innings. Will Coleman has come on to pitch for the Pilots in relief here in the top of the 7th. With Will Coleman, just new from Potsdam, New York, Clarkson University. A ground ball through the infield into center field for a leadoff single. So that string of 16 straight Pioneers up and down is snapped with the first hitter, Josh Lovelady, getting a base hit. Now the first baseman for the Pioneers, Mike Korchak, steps in. Left-handed hitter. Wild pitch by Coleman as the ball gets back behind Gabe Levante to the screen. And moving up a slot to second base is Josh Lovelady. So the count is 1 ball, no strikes on Mike Korchak. Dalton Hoyles on deck, and then Brian Barefoot to follow here in the top of the 7th. Down by 11 runs. Elmira trying to make a little bit of a show out of this thing. Could not hit Harasta. And Harasta's no longer in there to taunt them, and he just went right through hitter after hitter, setting them down in order. But that's not a problem for him now. So Coleman has a 1-1 count. Runner on second base. 1-1, low, ball 2, 2-1. Quite a difference now with Will Coleman. Doesn't throw as hard, and his control isn't anywhere near as good. So he's 2-1. The count on Korchak. Started the game as the DH for the Pioneers. Then took over first base for Santisteban. Wraps one way foul. Hit deep, but fouled on the right field line and out of play. So Korchak tonight has singled, and he has struck out. 1 for 2. Only his 3rd time up tonight. Runner aboard second base. That's Lovelady. Lovelady on with a base hit. Next pitch is bounce foul into the Pilot dugout. So the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hoyles on deck, and then Brian Barefoot for the Pioneers. Most of these hitters past the fourth hitter, I'd say. None of them have reached base yet tonight. There's a one-hop ground ball to Bartleman at second. And he flips on to Lurch at first. 4-3. And moving to third on the ground out is Lovelady. He's no concern for the Pilots, up by 11 runs here in the top of the seventh. 13-2 ball game, and Dalton Hoyle steps in. Left fielder. He was caught looking in the first, flied out to right field in the fourth inning. Takes a fastball from Coleman in at the knees for strike one call. Lovelady taking a short lead at third base. Coleman to the set. His pitch, curveball. Looks like it was a little high. Let's see. They say he did swing. Eddie Collins with a slow call at the plate. Calls strike two. No balls and two strikes. Coleman comes to the belt. Here's his 0-2 pitch. Another changeup pulling the string on Hoyles. He swings and misses. Swing right through it. Strike three. So there are two away now. Lovelady kept at third base. And now Brian Barefoot, Pioneer shortstop, steps in. Barefoot grounded out. Pitcher to first. And he struck out in the fifth inning. Pitch is line foul. Third base line. Out of play. No balls and a strike. Two down here in the top of the seventh inning. All Pilots in tonight's ball game, save for that first inning. Next pitch is cut on and missed. He was way out in front of that one, as Barefoot obviously fooled on the off-speed pitch by Will Coleman. New taking Pat Ryan's number on the pitching squad. Here's the 0-2. Hit on a line into right field, base hit, and it gets by Blake Valley. Let's see now. Barefoot holds at first base as Lovelady scores on the base hit. It's 13-3 now. Still two men out. RBI single for Brian Barefoot. And Jordan Bishop steps in now for the Pioneers, another left-handed hitter. Number 9 hitter Taylor Hilson on deck. Two down, runner aboard first. So now it is a 10-run ball game with the Pilots on top. Coleman's pitch inside, ball one. Might have been low. Count is 1-0. 1-0 pitch. That's in there. That's a called strike one. Bishop, the Pioneer second baseman. Count of 1 ball and 1 strike. Round ball off the glove of Coleman, and I don't think they're going to be able to make a play on it as the third baseman or shortstop. I think we've had some pitching change or some fielding changes I don't know about. So if I'm not told of the changes, I can't pass them on to you. Dylan Biondic is playing third base now, I discover, with Willie Yon moving from third to shortstop. Better late to know than never, right? There's a ball hit to the first baseman, and the flip to Coleman covering is in time for out number 3. But the Pioneers do score a run. And they scored the run on 2 base hits, leaving a base runner. And the score at the end of 6.5 innings of play. The Pilots leading the Elmira Pioneers 13-3. And you're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
Somewhere between birth and retirement, life happens. For everything in between, there's Nichols
Hey,
Financial
Cooper,
Services.
thank you for telling me they made these changes. I do appreciate you doing that. That's your job. You're supposed to be doing that.
Products, homegrown.
Hey, I'm not omniscient. I don't know. I can't read minds.
It's never too early to plan, protect, and save.
I don't even want to talk about it. That's your job, and you know it. I know Travis told you that.
Or stop by the office in Newark, Seneca Falls, and Sodus. Great rates, great service for a lifetime.
I mean, if you don't want to do it, just say I don't want to do it. I'd have more respect for that.
Auto Parts Store. Whether it's a part for your car, truck, or SUV, foreign or domestic, Magnum Auto Parts has the part. They also carry parts for your lawn and garden tractor. Magnum Auto Parts also makes hydraulic hoses. Stop in and pick up this month's flyer for specials of the month. Magnum Auto Parts, Route 31, West Elmira. 315-597-4854. That's 315-597-4854.
All righty, we are back live here at Colburn Park. 13-3 is the score, with the hometown Newark Pilots leading the Elmira Pioneers. And Kyle Norman is due up for the Pilots. He'll be followed by Cody Wiktorski and Anthony Spina here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Up by 10 big runs. Keegan Marinpo, is that the new pitcher? Marinpo. Right. Keegan Marinpo has come on to pitch for Jake Greer and the Pioneers here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Another right-hander. And Kyle Norman is stepping up, right-handed hitter, against the right-handed pitching Marinpo. His first pitch, good fastball, but high for ball 1. So in tonight's ball game, Kyle Norman has reached down an air, flied out to right field. He's walked and scored and popped up to the second baseman. 0 for 3 tonight with a run scored. 2 balls and no strikes to count on him here in the bottom of the 7th. Next pitch is on the outside part of the plate for strike 1 call. 2 balls and a strike. Norman, Wiktorski, and Anthony Spina in the 7th. Due up. There's a high, deep drive to left center field. Now the left fielder cutting over to make the catch is Dalton Hoyles, as he had a nice jump on the ball and playing Kyle Norman over toward left center field. So that'll be out number 1, and Cody Wiktorski, and it looks like a pinch. Well, actually, not a pinch hitter. Kevin Bionda came on to play third base, and Willie Yon moved over to short, replacing Wiktorski in the lineup. So Wiktorski does not get a chance at tying the team record for most RBIs in a game. That will stay all Chad Adams, St. Rose college player back in 2013, 6 RBIs for the Pilots. 2-0 is the count on Biondic. His first at bat in the game, pops it up foul behind the plate, but that'll drift back over the screen and out of play. So the count is 2 balls and a strike. And Anthony Spina waiting on deck. Then Will Gorman to follow, unless he's already been replaced. Count is 3-1 on him. Here's the next pitch to Biondic. Foul back on the screen. He had a good pitch to hit, but missed it. So the count is full now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Pilots all over the Pioneers, 13-3. Wind up, and the pitch is hit high in the air, out into shallow center field. Justin Hayes is there, and he glides under it to make the play for out number 2. And Anthony Spina steps in now for the Pilots. Spina came on to spell Mark Martin out in left field. He's played a flawless left field, and his only time up, swung and missed for a third strike. That happened back in the 5th inning. This only his second time to come up. Coming into tonight's ball game, Spina hitting at 180. He's got a couple of doubles, a triple, 6 RBI. High fly to right field. Back goes the right fielder and pounds the glove out in right field. Rod Petit to make the catch and retire the Pilots here in the 7th. 3 up and 3 down, all flyouts, 1 to each of the outfielders. Interesting. Side retired, no runs, no hits, and no base runners left. And at the end of 7 innings of play, the Pilots leading the Pioneers here at Colburn Park 13-3. And you're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.tv.
It's spring loan season at LNB. Time to turn your crash pad into a cash pad. Get a 15-year home equity loan with no closing costs for as low as 3.4% APR. Plus, with LNB, you'll enjoy the hometown advantage. Friendly, personalized service from financial specialists you can trust. Unlock your home's equity today. Learn more at bankwithlnb.com.
It's all about people.
Some restrictions apply. Equal housing lender.
Get the best price on lawn and garden supplies at the Walmart Garden Center, Route 31 in Newark. Whether maintaining your lawn and garden or entertaining guests out on the patio, Walmart's selection of lawn and garden equipment has got you covered. You'll find everything you need, including mulch, flowers, better quality plants, and all the gardening tools and accessories you'll need. Walmart's great selection of lawn and garden equipment is tailored to match your needs and won't cost a bundle. Stock up on lawn and garden equipment and supplies at Walmart Supercenter, Route 31 Newark. Walmart, save money, live better.
And we are back for the top half of the 8th inning at Colburn Park. Live baseball here in Newark, New York. Justin Hayes steps in, center fielder for the Pioneers. Will Coleman on the mound for the Pioneers comes in with a strike. So no balls in the strike. Hayes tonight has walked, popped out, and flied out. 0 for 2. Dribbles the ball foul to the right and near the Pilots dugout. Count is 0-2. Justin Hayes, Rob Petit, and then Jake Greer in the Pioneers lineup to start things off here in the top of the 8th. Another foul ball dribbled away back behind the plate. Out of play. 0-2 the count on Justin Hayes, left-handed hitter. Got some power too. This kid can hit him a long way. Next pitch is low, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Will Coleman, good off speed, good breaking pitch, surprising fastball. Pitch is wrapped off the glove of the pitcher, and then Kyle Bartleman unable to pick the ball up. And Ryan Lynch has gone in to play second base for Kyle Bartleman. I noticed. But he couldn't handle the ball, tried to barehand it. The ball hit off the glove of Will Coleman, and it looked like they were going to get a play on Hilson or Hayes, but unfortunately didn't work out that way. So runner aboard first base on the base hit. You can't really give him an error on that, but Rob Petit stepping in, left-handed hitter, 0 for 3 tonight, popped out to second. He struck out and grounded out to second base. 4th time up, next pitch in for a call, strike 2. Petit shakes his head, didn't think that was a strike. But if you look at the scoreboard, Mr. Petit, you'd see that it was a strike. 0-2 pitch. Check swing, he held on. Oh, he calls him out on strikes. That was a tough call. Looked like it was up and away, but and Petit looked like he held on, but Eddie Collins went through that called out motion. So 1 away. here in the top half of the 8th inning. Runner on first, Justin Hayes. With one down, Jake Greer steps in. Fouls away at the plate, so it'll be a quick strike. Fouled it off his foot. And, this isn't Jake Greer, I don't think, either. This is Keegan Marinpo. Keegan Marinpo is he came on to replace Greer, stayed in the lineup in the 3rd spot. So, next pitch. Another pitch out of the strike zone. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike. With 1 down, runner aboard first here in the top of the 8th inning. Down by 10. Stretched by Will Coleman, the pitch. Curveball, little up high. Ball 2-1. On deck is Josh Lovelady, then Mike Korchak. Stretched by Coleman, checks the base runner. Pitch is cued off the end of the bat, and the first baseman comes up with it. I don't know who that is, but it looks like it could be Nick Wegman. It's Nick Wegman at first base, who's come on to play first base now. So that'll be a ground out, 3 unassisted. So there are 2 men out. Taking second on that play was Justin Hayes. Mike Korchak stays with Josh Lovelady. Josh Lovelady, the Pioneer catcher, stepping in with 2 men down. Big 10-run cushion for the Newark Pilots here in the top of the 8th inning. Here's the stretch, pitched by Coleman. Curveball is a little outside, maybe high, for a ball 1. 1-0 count. 1-0, the pitch. That's a strike. 1 ball and a strike. 1-1 count. 2 men down. Down by 10 runs. Big surprise here for the Pioneers coming into Newark, not expecting a blowout. So far, that's what it's been. Next pitch is a swinging miss. Strike 2. 2 down here in the top of the 8th inning. 1 runner on. That's Justin Hayes for the Pioneers. He's on at second base. Reached on a infield hit. And went to second on a fielder's choice. And that's where he's at now. So the count 1-2 with 2 down. Curveball is up high. And the count now evens up at 2-2. Mike Korchak, the first baseman, started as DH for the Pioneers here in the ball game. And then was moved to first base when Santisteban came out of the game, and the pitcher moved into the 3-hole. Pitch is in the dirt. So the count is full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. With 2 men down here in the 8th inning. Full count. Coleman steps off the rubber. Now checks in for the sign. And his stretch. The pitch. Chopper hit to second base. Lynch rose to first. Wegman is there for the out, and that retires this side. Score at 4-3. No runs. There was a hit and a runner left. And the score at the end of 7.5 innings of play. Newark 13 and the Pioneers 3. You're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
At Tradition Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC and Tradition Chevrolet Buick, we know trust isn't given, it's earned. That's why we will do whatever it takes to earn your trust. You can trust in our tradition of total customer satisfaction and saving you thousands. And now you get more than ever before with the tradition difference, including our price match guarantee, plus reimbursement for towing, emergency roadside assistance, tire replacement, and so much more. Trust in the tradition difference today. Tradition Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC and Tradition Chevrolet Buick.
With Colburn Automotive Supply, your participating Napa Auto Parts store is jam-packed with savings. Just $1.99 gets you the Scott Shop Towels on a roll, a 12-ounce bottle of Max Concentrated Injector Cleaner, or a 12-ounce can of Max Carb, Choke, and Throttle Body Cleaner. All just $1.99. Plus, Dad with Love and Evercraft 30-piece, quarter-inch, and 3/8-inch drive socket set. It's on sale for just $17.99. Stop by Colburn Automotive Supply in Newark or Lyons today. Napa know-how. Napa know-how.
All right, we are back live from Colburn Park in Newark, New York, where the Newark Pilots are leading Elmira by a score of 13-3, and we are in the bottom of the 8th inning. In an hour delay due to the rain, as the rain was slow and steady, finally arrived at around 7:30, and then continued into the second, maybe third inning, somewhere in that area, but the game has been played, and it didn't appear as though the game would be played as early as this afternoon when rain came down and there was a flash flood watch in effect, but the fielding areas at home plate and on the mound were covered, and so the game must go on. Don't want to stack up too many doubleheaders. You may never have a chance to make them up. So it's 13-3, bottom of the 8th. Will Gorman to lead it off, and he wraps one out to left center field, or right center field, and over there in a hurry is Rob Petit to make the running catch. First pitch hitting for Gorman, and he's out on the flyout. Gorman tonight is 0-for-4, and also had a sac fly for an RBI. So one up and one down here in the bottom of the 8th. Willie Yawn steps in, and he'll be followed by Corey Lurch. Bottom of the 8th, 10-run lead for the Pilots. New pitcher Timmy Delf on the mound for the Pioneers. Comes in high with a effort at a curveball, but it just kind of spins high, ball 1. Next pitch, another pitch hanging up high, ball 2. Couple of fat hangers there, but just a little bit too high for Willie Yawn to level out. Here's the 2-0, is popped up foul. That'll be way out of play, but the left fielder for the Pioneers giving the effort, Dalton Hoyles, in his first start tonight. Coming on to fill a roster spot that was vacated on the Pioneer roster. So he gave chase, but the ball's over the fence, probably 25 feet or so foul. Next pitch is high over the head of Yawn this time. Count is 3-1 with one down here in the bottom of the 8th. Wind up, the 3-1 pitch is hit in the air to center field. Going back is Justin Hayes, and he's there. He can cover some ground out there as he makes the grab in front of the Concord Ford sign. Good 390 or so from home plate. So Yawn gets a good piece of it, but flies out to center field. So 2 up, 2 down. And for Corey Lurch, Nick Wegman steps in. Wegman came on for Lurch in the top half of the 8th inning to play first base, of course, and now he has a chance to hit in this ball game. Left-hander hits left. Pitch by Delp is a fastball into tight, ball 1, 1-0. 2 men down now in the bottom of the 8th inning. 3 runs on 6 hits for the Pioneers. 13 runs on 10 hits. And certainly made the most out of the hits. Bushel basket of bases on balls for the Pilots as well. Next pitch is low and tight for ball 3. Delf now has run the count to 3-0 with 2 men down on Wegman. On deck for the Pilots, catcher Gabe Levante. Here's the 3-0 pitch. That's in for strike 1 call. 3-1 now on Wegman. I would imagine he'd be up there looking to swing if the pitch is close. It crosses the plate, knee high, taken for ball 2. So 3-2, full count now on Wegman. Here comes, way high, ball 4 as Delph loses Wegman. And that'll be another walk issued by Pioneer pitching. So a 2-out walk, and Wegman jogs to first baseman. Gabe Levante steps in now, the Pilot catcher. Scored 3 times tonight. He's walked twice. He singled and bounced out pitcher to first. So he's 1 for 2 officially. First pitch is inside for ball 1 to Levante, right-handed hitter, with 2 men down in the 8th. Next pitch by Delph. Low, ball 2, 2-0. So after getting the first 2 hitters, Delph is run into a little trouble here, walking Dick Wegman. Now 2-0 behind to make that 3-0 on Gabe Levante. Ryan Lynch on deck. Came on to replace Kyle Bartleman at second base. Next pitch inside. 4 straight pitches out of the strike zone. And now the Pilots have runners on first and second with 2 men down. And Ryan Lynch stepping in now. (13-3). The Pilots on top of the Pioneers. Will they drain more blood? Let's see. First pitch by Delph. Way high. Having trouble getting that back bent over a little bit. And the pitches are riding high. Timmy Delph on the mound for the Pioneers, trying to close things down. Comes in high again. Ball 2. 2-0 the count. Delph plays in the outfield. At least he's listed on the roster as an outfielder. Not a big kid, 165. Pitch is hit in the air to left field, and out there is Justin Hayes to make the running catch out in left center field. So Lynch gave it a little ride, but Justin Hayes covered the ground and made the catch for out number 3 to retire the Pilots here in the 8th. No runs. They had 2 walks and 2 runners left. And the score at the end of 8 full innings of play as we head to the 9th. Newark 13, the Pioneers 3. And you're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
This is your love and reminder to try McDonald's new sirloin third pound burgers, made with juicy 100% North American sirloin and premium ingredients. But they're only here for a limited time, and if you miss out, you'll never know how incredibly delicious they taste. Just like you'll never know how incredible it is to read people's minds. Oh, I'm hungry. Or see the inside of the refrigerator after you shut the door. Dark. Don't miss the sirloin third pound burgers at McDonald's.
1, 2, 3, baby.
Better enjoy this lovin' while it lasts. At participating McDonald's.
A fresh brewed sweet tea from McDonald's gives you sweet relief when you need it most. Like when you're on a deadline and your email keeps dinging and your work phone keeps ringing and your cell phone keeps buzzing. But your sweet tea's refreshing, so you're working and smiling and sipping while you're typing and talking and texting all at the same time.
Get sweet relief with McDonald's sweet tea. Grab a large for just $1. That's more lovin' for less at McDonald's. Limited time offer. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only.
Alrighty, we are back live here at Colburn Park for the top of the 9th inning. I was going to try and close this bad boy out. Do it 3 up, 3 down, and get out of here the quick and easy way. Up by 10 runs over the first place Elmira Pioneers. Rivalry match turns out to be not much of a grudge match, as the Pilots, after trailing 2-0 after the first inning, broke loose in the second inning for 5 runs, then piled on 7 more in the third inning. They scored 1 more time in the 5th, but by that time, man, was the damage done. So 13-3 as we head to the top of the 9th, and Mike Korchak The designated hitter for the Pioneers steps in. Left-handed hitter. Swings and fouls one off his leg. So quickly, Dan Imbro is now on to pitch for the Pilots from Hendricks College in Conway, Arkansas. On his way to setting college pitching records at Hendricks College, a noted baseball school in the South, especially in Arkansas. Pitches a curveball that comes in a little bit low, so the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. On deck is Dalton Hoyles, and then Brian Barefoot to follow here in the 9th. Pitch, check swing, fouled off into the Pioneer dugout along the third base line. Count is 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Top of the 9th. Imbro looks in for a sign. Wind up, and the 1-2 pitch. Swings and misses. Strike 3. So leadoff strikeout. And Korshak in this ball game now. He is 1 out of 4. He's second time he's struck out. And there is 1 up and 1 away. Here's Dalton Hoyles. Hoyles has struck out twice. Fly to right. He's 0 for 3. Right-handed hitter as Imbro comes in. Looked good with a fastball, but apparently it was out of the strike zone. Count is 1-0. Right-handed pitcher Dan Imbro. Next pitch fouled at the plate and back to the screen. Brian Barefoot, Pioneer shortstop, has gone all the way on deck, as has Hoyles. Here's the 1-1. Pitch is hit in the air to left field. Should be an easy play out there for Anthony Spina. He's got it for out number 2. So 2 up and 2 away. Here in the top half of the 9th inning. 2 down now. And Dan Imbro looking to shut down the Pioneers here in the 9th and end this elongated ball game, as it was delayed a good hour by rain. First pitch to Barefoot is taken up high for ball 1. Imbro coming in with a high, hard one. 1-0 the count with 2 down. Next pitch, line drive, and Yon leaps and makes the catch to retire the side. And I mean, he timed his leap. And man, did he get up off the ground. Man, oh man, some hops out there at shortstop. Plays third base. Love to have him at shortstop. Coming in for Cody Wiktorski. Man, that was a heck of a play to retire the side and end the ball game. So 3 up, 3 down. A perfect 9th for Dan Imbro and the Pilots as they win this one, going away 13-3. Stick around. We'll be back live here from Colburn Park with tonight's Concord Ford Player of the Game and also Nichols numbers. The line scores all coming up in just a few minutes. You're listening to Hometown Sports at 1420 WACK and online at NewarkPilots.com.
Mark's Pizzeria in Newark has great combo specials. Choose your combo and add-ons like their chicken fingers, pasta, mac and cheese, or fried ravioli. Add it to Mark's delicious pizza and save with their family and dinner combos. Get your coupon and order online at markspizzeria.com. For great tasting pizzas, subs, wings, calzones, pasta, and more, make it Mark's. Mark's Pizzeria in Newark. Simply the best. Call 331-4974.
Mark's Pizzeria!
One Ford F-Series truck is sold every 42 seconds, and that's how long it takes a new one to get put to work. Right now, Concord Ford has the best deals on all remaining 2014 Ford trucks, including factory rebates of up to $5,750 on Ford F-150s. Test drive the all-new aluminum body 2015 Ford trucks, or if you're hungry for fun, see the head-turning, heart-pounding new Mustang GTs. Available now at Concord Ford, Route 31 in Newark, where you'll always get that nice feeling called confidence.
Alrighty, we are back live with the totals and the Concord Ford Player of the Game to wrap things up here at Colburn Park, where the Newark Pilots really surprised the Elmira Pioneers, who are leading the PGCBL West Division by 4 full games over second place Victor. Currently in 4th place coming in to tonight's ball game, 9 games out behind the Pioneers. A normally hot rivalry. These two ball clubs go at it every time they face each other. It doesn't matter whether it's at Elmira or here at Colburn Park. But it really didn't materialize as any kind of a great battle tonight. It was one-sided once you got into the second inning for the Newark Pilots. They wind up scoring 13 times, 13 runs on 10 hits, no errors. For the Pioneers, they had 3 total runs, only 4 hits, 2 errors, and a number of wild pitches. The Concord Ford of Newark's player of the game goes to Logan Harasta, whose 6 innings of work were near perfect, other than the couple of runs he gave up on 1 base hit, 1 walk. He had retired a couple of base hits in that first inning, leading to 2 runs. He had retired 16 straight before manager Chris Haynes pulled him out of the game. So he might have just breezed through the rest of the game, the last 3 innings, without being touched for another hit. He pitched that well. He was just overmatching Pioneer hitter after hitter. And I've got to tell you, Harrista is one of the all-stars for the Pilots who will be pitching. He and Vinnie Martin from the Pilot pitching staff being named to the PGCBL West Division All-Star team. Chris Haynes, Pilot manager, will be managing for the PGCBL West Division. So more on that and other action coming up on Thursday night as the Pilots return home. By the way, we do have the Nichols numbers, which I gave you, the 3-4-2 for the Pioneer Ball Club and 13-10 for the Pilots. All the best. Be safe. Be well. This is Mike Ward, and we'll talk with you again real soon from Colburn Park.